A rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. Some people choose to live inside of a Starbucks. Some people choose to live inside of a Target. Others have chosen the Google City lifestyle. I, being from the South, live inside of a Walmart. But my aisle is one of the most respected aisles in Walmart.
I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future.
I live inside of the vending aisle wherein all French fries are distributed to all those who live in my skyrise Walmart. In the future, we only eat fries, genetically modified fries. As you can see, I'm wearing. In this video, we're going to explain to you how your life's going to be changed, primitive. Stop picking fleas, ape. Hey, ape. Young ape there. Why are you throwing your fecal matter? Why are you tossing your scat, ape? Primitive monkey brains. In the future, we live inside of Walmarts. All of us, many of us crammed, packed into various aisles. Each aisle contains a small sleeping module which rolls out. Aisles are filed according to one's chosen fictional LARPing creature. I myself am a rat. I am the Pope of the future. I'm the Pope in the future. And in the future, all of our food is provided directly from central Walmart locales. Some people choose to live inside of a Starbucks. Some people choose to live inside of a Target. Others have chosen the Google City lifestyle. I, being from the South, live inside of a Walmart. But my aisle,
you know, Francis
is
isn't
one of
really
the most
anti
respected aisles in Walmart.
That's the weird part. I mean, Francis seems to be pretty cool with the pantheon of the deities. He's kind of like BFF with a lot of them. You know what I'm saying? We got a Pachamama Funko Pop, Funko Papa Mama, right? Do you know that they make a Funko Pop, a Pachamama now? So who knows, man? You know, in 20 years, Francis might consecrate some Funko Pops. You might have a holy Funko Pop army over there. Over there. Oh, let's see. Well, you know, the part one. Welcome, everybody. We're just getting ramped up here. Hopefully we'll get some more people as we roll on in. I was just serenading the Twitter audience with some peep improv. You're all my peep. You're all my special marshmallow peep. You're my peeps. Like all those peeps that went into the tummy of Eric Ibarra. Y'all are my peeps. What's up? Like I said, we're going to have open forum here in a minute after we go through the rest of Trent's video. And I had so many requests for a part two. That's why we're doing this. So I didn't really want to do it because I just got tired of these pretty low tier arguments. I think everybody saw last time that the arguments are pretty low tier. If I wear my blue blocker glasses here, this automatically increases the perception of higher IQ. I don't know why Trent didn't choose to wear glasses in his stream. People would have found him a lot more believable. He would have probably got the W, and I would have took the L in the shape of an L on his forehead. Well, Years start coming and they don't stop coming. Blah, 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 and hit the ground running. Hey now, you're a Pachamama. Get your game on. Get paid. Hey now, you're a Funko Pop. Only shooting stars break the mo. What's up? Welcome everybody. So yeah, we had almost 15,000 views on the part 1 in about 4 days. So that's pretty good. So I thought, yeah, okay. So people like that. A lot of people said it was a devastating refutation. Good. That's what we wanted to do. I mean, we look over here on Dictatus Trente's video, and he's got like, oh no, where's my Trent video? I can't find it. There it is. And this got promoted in the algorithm, got 56,000 views, and 2,800 idiot Roman Catholics like this. Now, not all Roman Catholics are idiots, but the ones that thought this was a sufficient reply pretty well think we showed that to be not the case, dog, over in part 1. So hopefully in today's part 2 we can continue that tradition. And as I said, I did invoke the old ones because the trads have proven that, based on a joke that Jamie made the other day, that we are into magic. Even though she was talking about David, I said, you mean like David Copperfield, right? And then the trads like, we got him. He admits to magic. Yeah, David Copperfield doesn't do magic, dummy. And by the way, my new book, I didn't bring it in here. My new book has countless chapters critiquing esoteric gibberish, nonsense, Darwinism. I call Darwinism a magic worldview. So it's just the stupidity and the spurginess, so that people can't tell when we're joking. Literally that whole live stream was jokes. And they're like, he said he's a magician. Expose him, dude. And thanks by the way, over on the Clips channel. So this is if people are actually that dumb and you fell for it, I will show you a fuller response. Where is it at? So shout out to whoever does. I don't even know who does Dyer Clips. Who were like, it's Jay doing it, pretending that he doesn't know who does it. Some have said that so here is the response on that video for those that are interested, right? And it kind of shows how silly this stuff is, right? The picture with Wicca phase and all that. He's just a Wiccan. I got Wicca phase to get a Bible, an Orthodox study Bible, dude. What are you talking about? Because I'm friends with a dude, I'm a Wiccan. This how dumb is this, right? That's the leftist approach, right? He knows a dude who knows a dude, and they were on a stream. They're working together. They're in the same satanic cult, dude. Proof. So anyway, that video that they did over at Dyer Clips does a really good refutation and just shows how dumb this whole argument is. That where they took a comment where I said 10 years ago, somebody said, look at him in this video. One of my first YouTube videos, they said, look, he looks high. Look at his eyes. He looks stoned. I was like, I'm not stoned. What are you talking about? That was back, by the way, when all I ever did was drink. So probably more likely I was drinking at the time. But of course, all the trads are a bunch of drunks. So like they don't have a problem with that. And that's because trad life is a miserable, sad existence. And so you drink all the time. And when I made that video, I put in the comments, being a smartass, so I said, yeah, that's all I do is get stoned and read the church fathers. Because how stupid is that, right? Like, I mean, who's going to be reading the church fathers when they're stoned? And Lofton and all these people literally tried to take that joke, obvious joke, as me being serious. When it's like, really, dude? This is pathetic. Like, that's where these people are at. And so, better to interact with the people who at least attempt to try to give theological responses, right? People like Trent. So let's get back into this, or else we'll be here for a zillion years because it took forever to do the first one. But that's okay. And again, so many of these people, especially like with Trent, like we reached out to Trent in a cordial way. And Trent was always cordial, so I appreciate him for that. But the other trads that we were always cordial and nice and reached out to, like Matt Fradd, I mean, just all they ever did was respond with like the most condescending, Dyer will never be on my channel. I would never host such a bloody disgusting MOB. You know, he didn't say all of that, but he did say, Dyer would never, ever be on my channel. Like I'm just like, oh, please, please, Matt Fradd, please let me on your channel. Dude, I don't care about your normie apologetics channel. Your pops, all this stuff, all this pop apologetics is low tier, dude. And I think that's what we showed in the first one. That's what all of Ubi's videos have shown, by the way. We had in the comments to the part 1, several people asking, where is this? Where is that? Where's this? It's linked in the show description. It's the Ubi Petrus channel, which covers all of the things that I mentioned in the chat. So please, if you're watching this later and you ask me in the comments, where is it? It's linked in the show description. People on YouTube, like, they never read show descriptions. It's really weird. It's like, what is he talking about? Where does he get this? Where do I get his book? What is it? It's all in the show description. And, you know, the overall overwhelming response to part 1 was that this was just a really tremendous example of demonstrating cope. And I think that's what it is. I mean, you know, Trent is not a unintelligent person, but I think what a lot of people noticed was that the level of the reply that we gave was a tier above the kinds of arguments and the complexity of the arguments and the nuance and the context than what Trent gave. As usual, Trent, as you can see here on the disappearing quote mine here where we left off, it leaves off just kind of like, he just relies on quote mines, sort of asking the question, I'm not sure what Dyer means when he says, and then it turns out what I said was something very clear or something very common in anything like an epistemology textbook, right? Like when I mentioned classical foundationalism, I'm not sure what Dyer means by foundationalism, even though it's in every epistemology textbook. I'm not sure what Dyer means by saying that Francis has changed the death penalty interpretation. And then Trent says, here's 3 different ways that you can interpret Francis's actions and statements on the death penalty. Again, hammering home over and over and over the impractical, non-workable system that is Rome, that is supposed to give us practical results. It's supposed to provide practical unity, simple solutions to theological squabbles that the Orthodox can't settle. They just can't settle these issues. They don't have unanimity. Meanwhile, Roman Catholic world is a gigantic mess of collapsing scandals, collapsing monasteries, collapsing seminaries. The whole Roman Catholic world is pretty much divided right now between normies who don't know anything and somehow think Francis is a good dude, and the rest of the halfway knowledgeable of Catholic theology world who think Francis is basically some type of heretic, material, formal, secret, whatever they think. And yet somehow this system is supposed to work. And what we find out, as we said, to recap what we saw the last time, the Roman Pope is useful when you need him, but when he doesn't go along with what you want to prove, then you discard him and you appeal to the it wasn't magisterial, right? Magisterium suddenly becomes not infallible when there's a problem. And if it's up to every individual Catholic to arbitrarily determine and state when something is and is not magisterial, then you're a papal Protestant, just as St. Justin Popovich said several decades ago that you were. So all of this talk over here on this side of how the papacy is going to resolve our problems theologically and provide clarity, simplicity, unity, and guidance is completely negated when, for the last 60 plus years since Vatican II, 70 years, whatever it is, we have had a consistent pattern of ambiguity, scandals, apostasy, participation in pagan worship services, on and on and on and on and on. Which, as we saw, Mortalium Animos, amongst many other documents, by the way, says is a surrender of the faith and is apostasy and or atheism. Now, I got one of my old trad books back that you guys saw me mentioning in part 1, and it came in between the time I did part 1 and us doing part 2. So I'm glad to say that I did get my copy. I think it was like $5 on Amazon. So even Amazon, even Jeffrey Bezos is up there like, I got to get rid of these trad books, dude. Like, people are going to figure out, like, this trad stuff is just... So Jeff Bezos is up there giving you a discount on 10 books is The Popes Against the Modern Errors. Now, as we saw last time, it was pretty evident that apparently Trent, at least in my estimation, perhaps this is not the case, but I don't think Trent has read any pre-Vatican II papal documents, encyclicals, bulls, or Acts of the Apostolic See. Because I think if he had, he would have known that so many of his replies were less than weak, right? And so if we look at Against the Popes Against the Modern Errors, again put out by 10 Books, probably the most famous traditional Catholic publisher in America or even in the world. Popes Against the Modern Errors is a classic that every Orthodox person should have. And they should have it because there's no better way to demonstrate the total discontinuity between the pre- and the post-Vatican II so-called papal dogmatic teachings. Now, if you are under the impression that you don't have to follow Vatican II, if you're one of these SSPX people who thinks that you can disregard the universal ordinary magisterium and the magisterium for the last 60 or 70 years, you can go watch my video, Was Vatican II Infallible?, where I demonstrate from about 5 different papal sources that yes, it is, and you have to follow it. So that's a lie. That's a trad myth that trads just assume. Oh, I don't have to follow Vatican II. Yeah, you do. And that's why when you leave the SSPX and you go back to the Novus Ordo, they will tell you you have to accept Vatican II. Why would they tell you that if you don't have to accept that?
Well, they're confused. They think that you have to when clearly it wasn't dogmatic.
And they'll say it wasn't dogmatic because it contradicts. Well, that's called an unfalsifiable system. That's setting up the system so that it can't be disproven. And that's what all of these people do. It doesn't matter whether they're SSPX, Sedevacantists, people who love Francis. They're all doing the same thing. They're saying the Roman Catholic system is true because it gives us truth, certitude, unity, guidance. The Roman See is indefectible. And then anytime you point out contradictions or problems, oh, that was not infallible. So I'm out of the dilemma. Okay, so again, now we're in the boat of the individual Roman Catholic sifting through thousands of pages of documents to put them into the different categories appropriately of infallible and non-infallible. Are you sure you got that right? I thought that that's what Francis's role. No, but see, every individual Catholic now has to interpret mountains of documents. It's even worse than the Protestant position because a Protestant, all he has to do is tabulate and figure out and interpret the mountain of documents known as the Bible, which is a bunch of different books collected together. And so that's at least less of a task than the Bible plus hordes and giant piles of papal documents and church history and ecumenical councils. I'm not saying Protestantism is true. It's just as goofy. But I'm saying it's no different than the Roman Catholic. It's just that now you got to work your way through about a zillion more documents. Right. Again, they think they've escaped this dilemma by appealing to tradition and the Pope. But as we saw in my last stream, well, aren't you relying on your individual interpretation of the papal documents? This is where it gets into the domain of epistemology. So a lot of people will tune out, especially the trads. They won't listen to me when I start talking about epistemology because I start pointing out the epistemic problem for this argument and this position. Now, I don't care. I'm not going to listen. Shut up. Whatever. You're an atheist. That's all they say. You're using David Hume's argument. You're atheist. So let's look at the 16 papal documents prior to Vatican II that condemn the very things that Vatican II teaches. Number 1, on liberalism, Mirari Vos of Pope Gregory XVI. This was done a long time ago. Let's see what the date is for Mirari Vos. So this is getting at, this is 1832 by Pope Gregory the 16th, Morari Vos on liberalism. And this really sets the stage for the lies of, quote, modernism, which are in the papal encyclicals typically cited as indifferentism. Indifferentism being the idea that, which is fundamental to ecumenism, that there isn't really one church and it doesn't really matter which communion you're a part of, because as long as you have a sincere desire within any communion, you can achieve salvation. Oh, so you see, baptism of desire gets extended to anyone's desire in any religion, and those religions become salvific. Now they'll still say, well, it's Jesus still doing it, but yeah, Hinduism becomes a salvific means because of your desire for, quote, the one true God. And so early on in the 1830s, liberalism and indifferentism are linked together in the encyclical Morari Vos by Pope Gregory the 16th. Next up is the encyclical Quanta Cura by Pope Pius IX. He is the Pope, of course, of Vatican I. And let's see when he did Quanta Cura. This is a condemnation not just of liberalism, but current errors. So this was the 1864 encyclical Quanta Cura against current errors of our day, according to Pius IX. The grievous errors are that liberty of conscience and liberty of worship are something that we must submit to and admit as the Enlightenment and Protestant Reformation tradition has taught us. Have you read Vatican II, Roman Catholics? Did you notice that there's an entire thing on liberty of conscience and freedom of worship in Vatican II? So what's condemned as heresy by Pius IX in 1864, because it's connected to indifferentism, is condemned in Quanta Cura. Next, we have the syllabus of errors that is, if I recall, attached to Vatican I, also by Pius IX. The syllabus of errors includes the condemnations of pantheism, naturalism, rationalism, moderate rationalism, and indifferentism. So indifferentism is condemned again for the third time in 3 of the 16 doctrines, because of the idea that it was saying even then that any of the religions could be paths to salvation. And by the way, he doesn't say, well, you can be saved as a Hindu in Hinduism if you just have a good, honest desire. By the way, Francis has said that, right? Didn't Francis recently say a couple years ago that baptism of desire could save even atheists and agnostics? That was a big scandal of Francis a couple years ago. Remember that? Something to that effect. But I mean, if we doubt what Francis and the Pope Vatican II occupants have understood in this regard, all we have to do is look at the fact that they'd say, do not proselytize. Stop proselytizing Protestants, stop proselytizing Anglicans, and stop proselytizing Orthodox. So that's an admission that if they really believe this religion, right, they wouldn't tell you to stop proselytizing. No salvation outside the Catholic Church, as defined at Cantate Domino and in Unum Sanctum, are now qualified such that any religion provides the means of salvation, as long as you have some sort of generic desire. And this is why they have to also tack on the doctrine of generic theism. So you see that natural theology and generic theism goes hand in hand with this idea that there's salvation in any religion. Yeah, it might still be Jesus kind of doing it secretly, but he's doing it through the false religion. And who doubts this anymore, given the Abu Dhabi monotheistic Abrahamic Faith Center that Francis supports because of his signed document with the Grand Imam, that God, quote, wills all the world religions, and all the world religions can provide some means of salvation, even though the Catholic might, in a subjective, relativistic way, think that it's through Jesus. The Muslim thinks that it's through Allah and not the deity of Christ. Again, Vatican II is very clear in what it says about the significance of the world religions. Nostra Aetate is the document that states that the world religions are willed by God and not in themselves evil or demonic, and they can all provide means for individuals to love God. I'm going to read you the section again in Nostra Aetate from Vatican II. About Hinduism. Now remember, what's condemned in Morari Vos is the indifferentism that's produced by the notion that all the world religions are in some concentric circle way connected to the one true religion. Throughout history, Vatican II says, to the present day, there is found among different peoples a certain awareness of a hidden power, which lies behind the course of nature and the events of human life. At times, there is present even a recognition of a supreme being, or perhaps even a father. This awareness and recognition results in a way of life that is imbued with a deep religious sense. Okay, again, ambiguous language. So, yeah, of course, every person in the world has some connection or notion of the one true God. But is that salvific? Is that good enough? What does it mean that they have a, quote, religious sense? The religions which are found in advanced civilizations, I'm not sure what constitutes advanced civilizations, but the endeavor by way of well-defined concepts and exact language to answer these questions. So the answers to how to live a religious life, it says, are answered in these advanced civilizations. Okay, well, what is an example of an advanced civilization according to Vatican II? Hinduism. This is their example. In Hinduism, people explore the divine mystery and express it in both the limitless riches of myth and in the accurately defined insights of philosophy. Because remember, what does Father Seraphim Rose say about Hinduism in Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future? It is a demonic religion that teaches you self-negation, right? Absolve the self into nirvana, reincarnation, all these demonic doctrines that will not give you a path to God. Hindus seek release from the trials of the present life by ascetic practices and profound meditation, and they have recourse to God in confidence and love. Capital G God. Hindus have recourse to capital G God in love. So do you see that Vatican II's natural theology, as we saw in the debate with Trent, is the premise by which they conclude that all the world religions are worshiping the same generic Unitarian God? When you read the Bible, is there anything close to a generic Unitarian God? No, there's not. That's the God of the philosophers. The I am it. I am being. And what does St. Gregory Palamas say when Barliam has that objection? In the Triads, Book 3, he says, he did not say I am it. He said, I am he, the personal God. The personal God, God the Father, if he's eternally the Father, as St. Athanasius says, eternally has a Son. And there's no such thing as an eternal Father and Son without the other member of the Triad, the Holy Spirit. So the only one true God that exists is the triune God. Any of the world religions that do not have that triune God do not have the true God, period. I am the way, the truth, and the life, John 14:6. No one comes to the Father but through me. Any world religions that teach anti-Trinitarianism, pantheism. Now remember, Morari Vos, Syllabus of Errors condemns pantheism. Hinduism is pantheism. So Hinduism is condemned. Oh no, but according to Vatican II and Nostra Aetate, Hinduism is not condemned. It is a path to God with confidence and love. You'll notice too that, and then it goes on to talk about Buddhism. Buddhism, which is a completely atheistic and anti-human, impersonal, anti-personal philosophy. It goes on to give glowing praises for Buddhism. Nowhere in Nostra Aetate does it mention conversion from demonic pagan religions, from self-worship. In fact, the religions are no longer to be spoken of as demonic, because it says in the Buddhism section, or the section under Buddhism, the church therefore because the church is the body of Christ, and God has reconciled all things to himself, he says, all the world religions are reconciled to God. That's what it says. The Catholic Church rejects nothing that is true in these religions. Yeah, okay, well, so what? I mean, That's fine, but that doesn't, we don't follow from that those religions are therefore salvific. And I know they'll all say, we don't think it's salvific in itself. Is Jesus still using these things? Now, we're going to see if that Nostra Aetate doctrine of the religions somehow becoming salvific on the basis of Jesus is actually coherent with what the Vatican said in Cantate Domino and with what they said in Unum Sanctum. And does baptism of desire really extend to somehow every world religion becoming a means by which Jesus still saves people? Why was it for 2,000 years before Vatican II, nobody seemed to have thought this? Why were there martyrs? I mean, why couldn't the Christians who were being martyred in the first 3 centuries of the church, why couldn't they just opt out for what Trent said in regard to Pachamama? Or with what Trent said in regard to Francis and Benedict praying in the mosque? Oh, you see, they weren't praying towards Mecca with the Muslims. They were praying privately to Jesus in the mosque towards Mecca with the Muslims. Do you see the duplicitous, ridiculous nature of these people? I mean, that's just dishonest. In other words, there would never be a martyr if that's what Jesus really said we could do. All the pagans had to do, who were being martyred by the Roman emperors, was go and pretend to give obeisance to the idol and the image of the emperor, but secretly pray in their hearts to Jesus, to secretly subvert and make secret converts of the Roman emperors. I mean, that's what they say Francis was going in there to pray in the mosque to convert them. You're liars. He says don't convert these people. John Paul II kissed the Quran. John Paul II publicly said, may John the Baptist protect Islam. What? Islam is a horrible, ridiculous cult based around demonic doctrines and heresies. How many debates have we had with the Muslims? And they all end up being ridiculous. They don't even know what's in the Bible. Right? Just like the other cults, they think that their book is the real book, and somehow they think it's in continuity with the book that came before, which says that the new revelations have to be consistent with what came before. And then when you start showing them what's actually in the Torah, they don't even know what's in it. They have no idea what's in there. They've never heard of that. They think it's crazy, okay? Arian cults, according to Vatican II. Oh, well, we all worship. Do you think Basil thought that he and Eunomius worshiped the same God? I mean, Eunomius used the word Trinity. He talked about a Father, Son, and Spirit. But he was a radical Arian. Did Basil think that they worshiped the same God because they used the same words? And yet, what is the entire premise of Vatican II, Nostra Aetate, and Trent's philosophy built on? We all worship the same God. Did you all not hear him say in the debate? Abraham didn't worship the Trinity. Abraham didn't know the Trinity or the persons themselves. Abraham just worshiped a generic Unitarian God, and that's why we and the Muslims and the Hindus all worship the same God. No. You and the Muslims and the Hindus all worship the same false God, which is not the triune God. And somebody in the comments said, Catholics believe in the Trinity? What are you talking about? Yeah, they have a heterodox Trinity. They don't have the Trinity. The only Trinity that exists is the one that's taught in the Orthodox Church, period. That's it. There's no other Trinities. And so when you teach the Thomistic doctrine of absolute divine simplicity, and when you teach the Roman Catholic doctrine of dogmatic divine simplicity at the Fourth Lateran Council, the Lombard doctrine, that's not, you can't have the Trinity in that together. That's why Palamas says in Apodictic Treatise that if you believe in the Filioque, you're listening to Satan. He said the Latins listen to Satan in their Filioque doctrine. And what did we see in the last video? What was Scott Hahn's defense of Filioque? Literally lower than a Protestant defense of it. The worst defense I've ever heard of the Filioque from the top, quote, lay apologists. Anyway, I would recommend reading Nostra Aetate because it's the declaration on relationship of the church to the non-Christian religions. And you will find that it's even worse than the stuff that I talked about. it even ends by saying that the Catholic Church does not discriminate against any sects or anyone on the basis of religion, life, condition, etc. So you don't discriminate against Satanists who hold public office. You don't discriminate against anyone. Really? Are you sure about that? Pretty sure that you called crusades at one point, right? Pope Urban, remember him? Didn't he call some crusades? Is that discriminating against religions? And so this is why they have to defend the evolution of doctrine. Now let's go through a few more of these because I've only mentioned 3 of the documents. Now notice the wording of the way Nostra Aetate talks versus the wording of what's in the 16 pre-Vatican II papal documents condemning the very things in Vatican II. Number 4 is Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Diuturnium Illud, and this is about the notion of governments and authority in Christian states. He says that it is a mark of Protestantism, an Enlightenment revolutionary philosophy, and also Freemasonry to divorce Catholicism from the state. What have all the post-Vatican II popes done but said Catholic states, Christian states, need to be de-Catholicized? They're famous for that. Did you know why the Pope removed his triple crown? Paul VI? Remember, Paul VI took the triple crown off. Now, I don't believe the Pope has a triple crown. That's a bunch of baloney he made up in the Middle Ages, as we'll see in a moment from the document Dictatus Papae and from Unum Sanctum, which Trent talked about, which I referenced, and never showed what it actually said. And remember, Trent said, there might have been some extreme statements of medieval popes, but it seems to say that the Pope has spiritual and temporal dimension. No, it doesn't seem to say that. It says that, and I'm going to show you what it says. And it also says that it's necessary for salvation, not just to be subject to the Pope in the spiritual sense, but also in the temporal sense, for salvation. So some of the Roman Catholics appeared to not understand the argument I was making. I wasn't saying that Unum Sanctum says you got to be submissive to the Pope to be saved. And let's look at these other ideas about the Pope claiming to have temporal dominion and basing it on the donation of Constantine. No. The spiritual and temporal submission is necessary for salvation. In other words, the documents state that the temporal supremacy of the Pope is a necessary doctrine for you to be saved. Not just that you submit to him as a spiritual authority. Both of them are necessary. That's what Unum Sanctum says. It's also what Dictatus Papae says, as we'll see in a minute. But you'll notice that, again, Pope Leo XIII's Diuturnium Illud states that the Catholic religion should be the religion of the state. It should be there when the population is majority Christian or Catholic. And he says that the idea of a secular, neutral state and religious liberty are heretical and condemned. The very thing Vatican II says is necessary, that there should not be Catholic states, and they should be neutral and autonomous. And again, Vatican II is just being consistent with natural theology. The state as a, quote, natural institution, right? Freemasonry and naturalism. Pope Leo XIII, the famous encyclical Humanum Janus against Freemasonry. Has Trent read this? Have you read that, Trent? That's a pretty well-known encyclical talking about the subversion of all of the Catholic countries by Freemasonry to do what? To put in indifferentism, naturalism, and a non-Christian state. Well, that's what happened. And then what does Vatican II say? Does Vatican II ever say we ought to have a Christian state? Christian monarchies? No. It says those are archaic things that should be dispensed with. And why do you think, again, if the papacy was there to provide clarity, if the papacy is there to provide certitude, unity, and clarity on these issues, then why is the whole Roman Catholic world divided and split down the middle, trying to figure out what Vatican II actually says? Why do we need an interpretation of the interpretation of the interpretation, Roman Catholics? Next document, number 6, On the Nature of True Liberty, Libertas Praestantissimum, by Pope Leo XIII. The modern cry for secular liberty, the cry for religious liberty, the cry for freedom of conscience are based on Enlightenment errors, he says. Again, another encyclical condemning religious liberty, condemning freedom of conscience in the Protestant and Vatican II sense. By the way, everybody knows that Vatican II accepted a bunch of Protestant ideas. Trent, your whole Novus Ordo Mass was drawn up by Protestants, Anglicans, and Lutherans, and even a Freemason, Bunini. So wait a minute. And by the way, I read all the encyclicals of Leo XIII. I recommend trads also read that. There's a whole book you can get just of Leo's encyclicals. I read that whole thing when I was a trad. It's about 500 pages, 400 or 500 pages of Leo's encyclicals. I mean, all he says is everything that the trads say, right? Next one, Rerum Novarum of Leo XIII on the condition of the working classes. And these are those are only relevant because they're just kind of condemning socialism and Marxism. I mean, they do talk about providing for the poor, so they're not completely capitalist encyclicals either. But the next one is On Christian Democracy by Leo XIII. That one's not that relevant because although he does say that it might be possible for there to be a Christian democracy, but it still has to be based around the Catholic and Christian principles. Next, of course, is the most famous of all the trad encyclicals, Pacendi Dominici Gratius of Pope Pius X. That one, of course, condemns the idea of the evolution of doctrine. The evolution of doctrine is explicitly stated in Pacendi to be a doctrine of the modernists. And yet, in a great, amazing feat of ironic twist, the very thing that the Vatican I theologians like Cardinal Newman proposed, that doctrine evolves, would become the very doctrine of the modernists. If doctrine evolves, then maybe it can evolve away from Christianity, supernaturalism, theism, Christian monarchy, right? I mean, it's evolving, right? If the papacy evolved to be and wasn't actually grounded in the first 1,000 years of Christianity, if it's something that was a seed that grew into a tree, dude. Oh, okay. Can that seed grow into a tree, which then withers and turns into rotten wood? Why not? And that's the whole encyclical. Pacendi is about that. Again, these people, Trent, they'd not read this. They don't read the pre-Vatican II encyclicals. They just assume that the Catholic Church has always taught the same thing and is consistent. And then when they're presented with mountains of contradictions, enter in the lawyer cope. Mountains of lawyer cope. But now, wait a minute. I thought, again, why do we need all of these people to interpret the interpretations? So we have the doctrine of revelation, the body of the apostolic deposit. According to these people, we have a magisterium in Rome, which interprets this body of doctrines, and that provides the clarity and the unity. But wait a minute. Now we need all of these people to interpret the interpretations. So it's a never-ending circle. And they can never solve these problems because the problems are more fundamental than this or that document or this or that pope or this or that historical evidence. The problems are paradigmatic. It's the wrong paradigm. So when they have the wrong paradigm, trying to smush it together with the ancient Christian paradigm, thus produces all the aberrations and problems. It's a false synthesis of trying to combine Hellenic philosophy and presuppositions with Christian revelation. That's the problem. The problem is not using philosophy or using arguments from philosophers, but the false presuppositions of Hellenic philosophy that we see in Aristotle, that we see in Plotinus, smushing them into divine revelation, equating the two, which produces all of the confusion and so many of their dumb heresies. Oath against modernism. Pius X used to require an oath against modernism, against all the things in Vatican II. Did you know that? You heard me mention it in part 1. Pius XI instituted the Feast of Christ the King. Do they even celebrate this anymore? Do you know why the Feast of Christ the King was implemented by Pius XI in the document Quas Primus? It was instituted because it was necessary to demonstrate Christ is King of Kings and that Christian states are absolutely necessary and still required. The very opposite of what Vatican II says should be the case. Vatican II, clear as day, teaches religious liberty and that there should not be Christian monarchies and Christian states, night and day. And we don't need a 1,000-page COPE document from you to make these two things work, because we can recognize a contradiction. But you notice the low-tier people like Ibarra, Lofton, you think they've read this? They haven't read this. Mortalium animos. You heard me go into this one in the last one. Pope Pius XI, right? False Christian unity based around ecumenism and interfaith gatherings, and true unity based around conversion to the faith. The very thing that this says is not necessary anymore. Oh, you might help people to convert to Christianity because it's the top of a scale of being, but all the other religions, all the other paths also can still be means by which they're saved. Hindus find recourse to God in love and sincerity. Capital G God. Next one is Divini Redemptoris, Pius XI condemning communism and Marxism. So even as late as Pius XI, communism, Marxism are being condemned. By the way, isn't one of Francis's closest advisors an open Marxist? By the way, just a little side note. That came up on the Dr. James Lindsay stream. That was in either Whitney Webb or Johnny Vedmore's article on Klaus, because Klaus is buddies with this bishop, this liberation theology bishop. I forget his name, but he's like BFF with Klaus and BFF mentor to Francis, right? So again, we're more mature than the stupid capitalist Marxist dialectic. We know we're beyond that. However, people who are Marxists are still idiots, right? That actually believe this. And so it is relevant to point out that if Francis's BFF advisor is an open, avowed Marxist, that is relevant for our purposes today. Because remember, if Marxism is condemned by pre-Vatican II popes as a heresy, as something incompatible with, quote, Catholic dogma, as many of these encyclicals do condemn, then I would say if Francis is a Marxist or working with Marxists, I would say that's pretty much a defection from the faith, wouldn't you? I mean, you tell me, Roman Catholics. Is it or isn't it? And that's why we're not going to listen to you in your endless casuistry about infallibility and how whenever Francis is the problem, it's not infallible, but whenever he says something you like, it's infallible. We're not going to listen to that. We're just going to talk about indefectibility. All right, Vatican I teaches that the Roman See is also indefectible, right? It can't defect from the faith. But how is Francis a legit pope when he doesn't even seem to believe the basics? You saw, for example, how Trent fumbled when it came to Pope Honorius in the Sixth Council. Trent admitted that he taught error. Oh, but he didn't bind everybody to it. So, since when has binding everyone to the error been the necessary criteria for being a heretic? When the Roman Catholic Church, when Pope Leo condemned and excommunicated Martin Luther, did he say that it was because Luther bound everyone to his heresy? How could he? He was just a monk. When Nestorius was condemned, was it because he, quote, bound everyone to his heresy? Patriarch of Constantinople can't bind everyone to his heresy. Literally the only person who could, quote, bind everyone in their system is the Pope. So it's an unfalsifiable system. And all you have to do is to point that out to show that the whole system falls apart. It doesn't work. And what better proof than the fruits of the tree in the 20th century and the 21st century that it doesn't work? What are the fruits of the papacy the last 70 years? Does it work? Roman Catholics, is it working for you guys? How's that going over there? What about orthodoxy? Yeah, but I don't have the same system as you. It's a different paradigm. And by the way, we've been over here critiquing liberal Orthodox priests and bishops for a long time. Some of them trying to get me excommunicated. So, of course, I'm aware of that in the Orthodox world. We've done many, many, many podcasts on that and against these people. Humani Generis of Pius XII, which ironically allows for theistic evolution, also condemns certain propositions of modernists that Vatican II people have now accepted. So again, I wanted to kick off with, because I did get this book in before we started the stream. Again, get yourselves a copy of this if you're into reading. If you have the stamina to read through boring papal documents, this is the most concise, accessible version of this. And if you don't want to read Lumen Gentium, and you don't want to read these boring ass Vatican II documents, which are a nightmare and terrible. If you don't want to read Lumen Gentium, you don't want to read De Verbum, Gaudium et Spes, right? All you really need to do is skip over to two important documents in Vatican II, which will make the arguments clear as day. Dignitatis Humanae, which is the Declaration on Religious Liberty. I want you to read that. It's about, 10 pages, 15 pages, 16 pages. And then compare that to the encyclicals in here on religious liberty. See if you notice any difference there. I wonder. Then read the very brief Nostra Aetate Declaration on the non-Christian religions and their relationship to the church. That one's only about 5 pages. So you've got 15, 16 pages of Dignitatis Humanae on religious freedom, religious liberty. And then you've got 5 or 6 pages. That's about 20 pages, okay, of Vatican. That will give you the essence of Vatican II there in the most scandalous of the documents. And then you read this little book, Popes Against the Modern Errors. And there you will have the clearest, most evident case of outright 100 black and white day-night contradiction for you. Clear as day. But to hammer this home, remember in part 1, Trent had said, well, maybe Unum Sanctum says this. Maybe Dictatus Papae says this or that Jay says. Really? Maybe? Let's see what it says. This is from Fordham. Of course, we are not fans of Fordham, but we will utilize their academic sources when necessary. So here is Dictatus Papae of Pope Gregory the Seventh, Dictatus Papae 1090. First appears in the Papal Register in 1075. Some argue that it was written by a later pope, whatever. Believed to be consistent with other collections. Dictatus Papae reads, the Roman Church was founded by God alone. God alone. So not Peter and Paul. I mean, St. Irenaeus says it was founded by Peter and Paul. So again, we see Vatican I's rejection of the idea that Rome is great because it's doubly apostolic, as St. Irenaeus says, found here in Dictatus Papae. Number 2, the Roman Pontiff alone can be called universal. What did Pope St. Gregory the Great say? Anyone who takes upon himself the title of universal bishop is Antichrist. Clear contradiction with number 2. Number 3, the Pope alone can depose and reinstate bishops. Really? You think that was true in the first 1,000 years of Christianity when the ecumenical council said that 2 or 3 bishops and a metropolitan is all that's necessary to consecrate a bishop? Well, here you have the complete reversal of that. And when you point this out to the trads, well, it evolved. But wait a minute. Why did it evolve if it was always there from the outset, as Leo XIII says? And again, they're just dishonest. Because these are mutually exclusive claims. It can't be the case that this was always true And everyone knew this from the earliest days of the church, according to Satis Cognitum of Leo XIII. And at the same time, it was not actually clear and true, and it evolved. Evolution of doctrine, Cardinal Newman. Do you see that those are mutually exclusive claims? And what do we always see the Roman Catholic apologists doing? The same two-step, back and forth. I mean, even in the quotes that Trent gave from the Sixth Council, the quotes he used contradict. Because he tried to have Maximus saying Vatican I doctrines. And then the Pope, after Honorius, says Honorius polluted the Apostolic See and taught heresy. So even his own quotes contradict. He should have paid more attention to the quotes he used. Number 4, that in a council, his legate, even if a lower grade, is above all the bishops. So the Pope's legate is above every bishop in the world. The Pope may depose the absent, so we don't even need councils, right? It's a unilateral action that the Pope can do. The Pope alone may use the imperial insignia. The ancient canons forbade and excommunicated clerics who took upon themselves state titles and tried to be wards and members of the state. It's condemned. And here you have the Pope saying that he alone can use the state insignia. What clearer contradiction than this? All the princes of the world must kiss the feet of the Pope. His name alone is spoken in the churches. This is the only name in the world. The Pope alone may depose emperors. The Pope alone can transfer bishops. He alone has the power to ordain a clerk of any church that he may wish. So in other words, he can put anybody in any position that's his ally, you see. He that is ordained by him may preside over any church. I mean, this is just crazy. No synod can be called general without his order. Oh, really? So how come the Second Ecumenical Council, which confirmed the doctrine of the Trinity, was called by St. Meletius, who died out of communion with Rome, out of communion with the Pope, confirmed the doctrine of the Trinity and the Cappadocian teaching, and yet was a true council, totally contradicts point 16. No chapter or book is considered canonical without his authority. Okay, what about all the canons in the first 7 councils that contradict that? That a sentence passed by him can be retracted by no one. Okay, well then how come the Sixth Ecumenical Council, according to Trent, excommunicates Pope Honorius? The very action of the church excommunicating Pope Honorius and Trent's admissions about what Honorius did allow and what he taught in terms of error contradicts Dictatus Papae. The Pope may be judged by no one. What about the Sixth Council? It judged Honorius. What about the Council of Constance? How did they resolve the Great Western Schism when 3 different people claimed to be the Pope? When the in the Avignon, remember the Avignon Papacy? Remember all this craziness? The See of Peter in France. How was that resolved? Oh, do you remember? They called a council. A council decided who would be pope. But remember, no councils are above popes, according to them and according to Vatican I. Who in their right mind, with any degree of honesty, does anybody think that any of this nonsense and ridiculous power grabbing, greed, and demonic insanity, does anybody think that this was the modus operandi of the church in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries? Does anybody think even the Roman See operated this way? Of course not. Now look at this. The Roman Pontiff... Wait, hold on. Let's go back up. No one can condemn anyone who appeals to the Apostolic See. More important cases of the church can be referred to the Apostolic See. Roman Church has never erred. nor will it ever err unto eternity. That's also synonymous with indefectible. The Roman pontiff, if he has been canonically ordained, is made a saint by the merits of Peter. What? You're automatically... So, imagine the Borgia popes with their incest and their giant whorehouses. Really? Who actually believes it? Can you guys not see this as fraud? You have been lied to. And I'm sorry that you were lied to. Trads, right? And it's not my fault that I tell you this. So you direct your rage elsewhere. Maybe direct your rage at these people, right? Am I a Borgia degenerate who is ripping you off? No. And what does it cite for number 23? The decrees of Symmachus. Oh, you know what those are? Forgeries. The Symmachian forgeries. So remember, when I did this stream the other day, there was a trad in the chat saying, well, who cares if all this is wrong about the temporal supremacy of the Pope? He already had that authority and power spiritually, so he has it temporally. Notice the fallacy there. Notice the non sequitur. So because he has a degree of spiritual authority, by the way, it's not what you think he has. So because he has spiritual authority, he therefore has all of this temporal authority? What a dumb non sequitur. And by the way, number 23, the decrees of Symmachus, those are Symmachian forgeries. Do you not see that my point is vindicated? That the insane geopolitical, monetary greed and power grabbing, by the way, did you know that they created their own armies? The papal armies? Pretty sure it was Alexander, wasn't he? The Borgia. So they create their own armies, papal armies. If you don't do what he says, he threatens to excommunicate you and go to war against your kingdom. What? Is that what Jesus said Peter would do? Is that what the keyz mean? You really think that that's what... So Jesus was giving Peter the keyz so that 1,000 years later, Borgia popes could create armies and sack the countries that don't kiss his feet. How come Jesus said the Gentiles exalt themselves in a political way, but it will not be that way amongst you, to the apostles? The least among you is the greatest. Go watch the roughly historically based Jeremy Irons series, The Borgias, and you see if that has anything in common with what Jesus talked about. And what backed up this temporal supremacy claim? Forgeries. And what was Trent's answer to this? Well, okay, so maybe they made some mistakes in these outlandish claims at times. Really? They said it was necessary for salvation. The temporal doctrine is necessary for salvation. Stop lying. That's what Unum Sanctum says. I'm going to show you. He who is not at peace with the Roman Church is not Catholic. This is temporal geopolitical power. If you disagree with the Pope's invading your lands, sacking your churches, doing whatever he wants to do, he'll send his armies against you. And excommunicate you. And if you don't like it, you're going to hell. This is ludicrous. This is nutball stuff, dude. Who imagine believing this? No wonder so many people see this stuff and become atheists. This is crazy. Okay, let's look at Unum Sanctum. What does it actually say? The Bull of Boniface VIII, 1302. Urged by faith, we are obliged to believe and maintain that the Church is one holy Catholic and apostolic. We firmly believe and confess the simplicity. Outside of her, there is no salvation nor remission of sins. And then it cites Song of Songs. Outside of this earth, this ark, everything is destroyed, right? That's the classic Catholic doctrine, no salvation outside the Catholic Church. Then it goes on to talk about feeding my sheep. And the main point we want to get to is here. The argument is that, as Dionysius Areopagite says, it is a law of divinity that lower things are subject to higher things. So if the papacy is the spiritual authority and the king or the emperor is the temporal bodily authority, the spiritual is above the bodily. Therefore, the argument is, if the pope is the highest spiritual authority on earth, then he's also the highest temporal bodily authority on earth. Thus, anyone who disregards or resists this power, not just talking about the spiritual power, the terrestrial power, is judged by the spiritual. It is not given to man, but rather it is divine, and it is granted to Peter and his successors the temporal authority to depose and wage war and do whatever they want, exactly as Dictatus Papae had said. Furthermore, we declare that it is absolutely necessary for salvation that every human creature be subject to the Roman pontiff, not just in terms of spiritual things. Do you see what I'm saying? They made the temporal submission now dogma. If you do not submit to the temporal authority of the Roman bishop, a la Dictatus Papae, a la Unum Sanctum, you cannot be saved. That's what it says. And Trent said, Dyer seems to think that it seems to say that. No, that's what it says. Now, that is a change of doctrine. Where prior to this, to Dictatus Papae or Unum Sanctum, did the Roman Church declare that it is necessary for salvation to submit to the temporal power of the Pope? Where was that? Oh, well, when this question was raised in church history, what do you think they appealed to? The forgeries. That's why this is so devastating. They made this dogma. And after centuries of this being so embarrassing, now they say, it's not dogma. They're liars. Do you not see this? And if you want to read Unum Sanctum yourself, here it is. Go read it. And by the way, why do we need them? When you start presenting the documents to them, have you noticed what they'll do? Oh, here's 15 articles and 10 books from fallible sources on how to interpret and understand the infallible. Why do we need, if the magisterium is there to do this, why do we need you? Why do we need an army of fallible pop apologists to give us the interpretation of the infallible documents? Doesn't that defeat the purpose? That's a very simple epistemic argument. Why do you guys not understand this? You see, this is why they go after me personally. This is why I have to be a sorcerer, a KGB agent, blah, 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 blah. You see. And that's all they have left now. Now the response has been reduced to nothing but that. It's funny because at least the atheists, right? I mean, they'll come up with a bunch of dumb arguments and they'll come after me personally, but they at least don't come after me on that stupid of an argument or that stupid of an expose. He's a Satanist KGB agent. The atheists have better responses than the trads do. Let's get back to Trent. All right, so there's today's long introduction. Thank you for those super chats. I appreciate those. Let's get into Trent or we'll never get out of here.
Them are necessary for salvation. What this shows is that the church has always taught...
Oh, by the way, what I went through is the rebuttal to this part. So notice everything that you saw me say. Oh, we didn't look at Cantate Domino. I'm sorry. That's the next point. So this is going to be the response to this section of Trent. I did it out of order. So here is Cantate Domino. Let's see if this matches up to what Vatican II Nostra Aetate. So remember what Nostra Aetate said about Hindus and Buddhists. By extension, all the pagan religions, world religions. And let's see what Cantate Domino. This is Denzinger 714. Council of Florence. Roman Catholic Council, the Roman Catholic Church firmly believes and professes and proclaims that those not living within the Catholic Church, not only pagans, so pagans included, but also Jews, heretics, and schismatics, cannot become participants of eternal life. But wait a minute. According to Trent and according to the fallible source that he'll cite here, he'll say, go read Francis Sullivan, the Jesuits' book, Salvation Outside the Church. Okay, so now again, the dogmatic statements require innumerable fallible interpreters. This is ridiculous, man. So you can't become a participant in eternal life. Oh, but wait a minute. Francis Sullivan, Vatican II say, well, you can through baptism of desire, you see. In baptism of desire, which was about catechumens and people who were becoming members of the church, that's what baptism of desire is about in the church fathers. Okay, it's not about everybody in every world religion secretly wanting to become a Christian, right? This is how they've spun this, right? Will depart into everlasting fire unless by the end of his life, he is added to the Roman Catholic Church. By the flock, they mean the Roman Catholic Church. The unity of the ecclesiastical body is so strong that only those remaining in it are the sacraments of the church of benefit for salvation, and do fastings, almsgivings, and other functions of piety and exercise of Christian service produce the reward. So this is relevant because if you are a martyr as an Anglican, a martyr as Orthodox, a martyr as whatever, outside of Rome, this is saying you're not saved. Even if you've done almsgiving, even if you shed blood for the name of Christ. So this is Christians. So Cantate Domino is excluding martyrs amongst Orthodox, Anglicans, Lutherans, whatever, clear as day, because they're not in communion with the Roman See and not subject to the Roman Pontiff for salvation, as Unum Sanctum says, clear as day right here. And what do we find Vatican II saying? Did you know Paul VI said that there's martyrs amongst Anglicans? Vatican II says that salvation is not just extended to schismatics and heretics in terms of their innate desire, but it's even extended to pagans, Hindus. And guess what? All the other trads know this and call this out. Here's tradition in action. Neither the charity nor the martyrdom of non-Catholics can save them. Cantate Domino, Denzinger 7:14. Oh, but you see, baptism of desire means that all the world religions now, this is their vindication. You see, baptism of desire, that's what they appeal to. Okay, but what was baptism of desire in the church fathers? It's about catechumens and people who are converted before baptism. It's not about pagan religions providing salvation. It's not about that. But they made it about that to justify what is clearly a contradiction. What about some of their great saints? What about Therese? As late as the 1800s. During meditation, I fell asleep. I dreamed that soldiers were needed for war. You said, I must send Teresa of the Child Jesus. I said, I would prefer holy war, but I went anyway. Oh, Mother, how happy I would have been to have fight at the time of the Crusades and to fight against the heretics. Does that sound like Vatican II religious liberty? But you notice for them, if dogma can evolve, why can't morals evolve? Let's see what Trent says. Now, remember the documents that we've looked at. By the way, there's many, many more. Those are just some of the clearest. Let's see what Trent says.
That even people who have an imperfect union with Christ's church, they can be saved. In fact, a good book that goes into this subject in detail is Salvation Outside the Church, Tracing the History of the Catholic Response by Francis Sullivan.
So imperfect union is the new idea, but what did Cantate Domino say? I mean, if anybody has a degree of union, it would be schismatics, right? But this says schismatics cannot be saved unless they are reconciled to the bosom of the papal church. And Trent just told you the opposite. No, schismatics can be saved through imperfect desire.
I highly recommend that book if you want to go deeper into the subject.
Now, I am very aware of baptism of desire and all these different debates and so forth within Roman Catholicism. But my point is that you can clearly see that Vatican II is taking ecumenism and moving it into the point to where there's now actually communion with people who don't have the same faith. This is proven by the fact that the Uniates have always been brought under the umbrella of the papacy, even when they reject Trent, purgatory. They hallow St. Gregory Palamas.
By Uniates, Dyer's talking about the 23 Eastern churches that exist within the Catholic Church.
Oh, but remember, Roman Catholics don't have national churches, even though the Uniates are nationalistic and operate in a very nationalistic way. Remember that Scott Hahn said that one of the problems of orthodoxy is this. Oh, but wait a minute, your church has that too. So is that a problem in your church too? But now Trent's going to say, well, another point too, I want to keep it before I go to that. Remember that all of these Pop apologists, did you know that none of them go to the Novus Ordo? So the very mass that they defend, that the papacy puts out, none of them go to it. They go to the Latin Mass and they go to the Eastern rites. And Trent loves to do the whatabouts. What about orthodoxy and their liberal bishop? What about your Novus Ordo drawn up by Protestants?
So if he says Uniates, just think the Eastern Church, and in particular the Greek and the Byzantine Catholic churches, because they would probably be closest in belief and practice to the Orthodox theology Dyer is talking about.
I'll include the video from David, the real Medwhite, one of our buddies, below, where he actually shows that Uniatism, the Uniate Byzantine Eastern Catholics themselves. I'm really interested to see how he's going to respond to this, because this is one of the stronger arguments that we have. So I'm really curious to see how is he going to deal with this. Refute the absurdity of Roman Catholicism, because you have people allowed under communion who don't have the same faith. They reject purgatory, they reject Trent, they reject created grace, right? They believe in the Eastern Orthodox theology, a lot of it, and then they turn around and are told that if they accept the papacy, they can be in communion, even though they don't hold to the faith. And thus you see the changing of position on St. Gregory Palamas, right? For ecumenical reasons, he's now a saint, according to John Paul II. By the way, it's not just Palamas, Mark of Ephesus, and St. Photius that are rehabilitated. They also revere Russian Orthodox saints amongst the Uniates. Russian Catholics will revere and use the same festal manion that we as Orthodox use. Does that make any sense with Cantate Domino saying that schismatics, even if they shed their blood, are not saved? I mean, this is not a difficult argument. It's just absurd.
So Dyer links to another video that makes these points. I've watched it, but I'm not going to go through all of it, all the points that it makes, because...
So he's not going to go through David's video, which is not very long. It's like a 8-minute, 9-minute video. So I watched it. I'm not going to go through it. Wonder why.
That'd be more appropriate to do in a separate rebuttal.
Which didn't occur, apparently. I mean, I'd be interested to see Trent's rebuttal to David's video, but I've not seen that.
But I will address some of the errors in that video that Dyer's probably relying on. For example, the video claims that Catholic Melkites believe there are only 7 ecumenical councils, but former Bishop John Elia of the Greek Catholic Church says this: the Melkite Church participated fully in Vatican I.
Yeah, but so Trent, that was from one of the Melkite catechisms, right? So the fact that you found a bishop who says that we accept all the ecumenical councils doesn't prove the point, because our point was that you disagree, right? There's different types of Uniates. There's Zogbyites, there's Melkites, there's Russian Catholics. And amongst the Uniates, they have varying positions about how they view Rome. And some of them do reject the Council of Trent, purgatory, created grace. That was the point. So the fact that you found a Melkite bishop that doesn't hold that position is not a refutation of the point that was made.
And Patriarch Gregory spoke clearly to his affirmation of the fullness of power enjoyed by the Petrine office. It would be a simple rekindling of the old controversy of conciliarism to suggest that some councils are less ecumenical than others. With the promulgation of the Holy Father, the doctrinal content of the various councils is a part of the sacred magisterial teaching of the Church, to which Melkites in full communion with the See of Rome give wholehearted assent. The video also says that when Eastern Catholics don't recite the Filioque at the Divine Liturgy, that means they reject.
So we need to point this out that I'm not sure how Trent thinks that citing a bishop, a Melkite bishop, proves his point, as if one Melkite bishop represents all the Uniates. Again, the argument is that the Uniates contradict each other, and that the papal acceptance of Uniates that reject Roman Catholic doctrines is the inconsistency. That was David's argument. And it was a very clear argument. That's why David made the video, Eastern Catholicism refutes Rome. Eastern Catholics refute Rome. Why? Because it allows for contradictory positions as long as you accept the Pope. That's the argument. It's a very simple argument. And the fact that you won't actually address the argument of the video shows either ignorance, dishonesty, or laziness. So here's David's video, and we've been promoting this video for years. And wouldn't it be, I think these people just rely on laziness. They rely on people not going and checking these things, not going and watching the actual videos, and then, oh, we BTFO'd those Orthodox. We got him, dude. Trent, man, destroyed Dyer. But didn't even address the argument.
The Filioque, which isn't true. It says Catholics dogmatize celibacy for priests, which is wrong. Celibacy is a discipline for Western priests.
Okay, but it's a discipline that was dogmatized for the West. So what did he say about the Filioque? I didn't catch that part.
Council in the 4th century issuing a disciplinary judgment about celibacy, not an infallible teaching about celibacy. It also says that Eastern Catholics reject purgatory. They don't. Eastern Christians...
yes, some of them do. I mean, Trent should know better that, again, the fact that he knows some Uniates that don't does not mean that all Uniates accept purgatory. Does he not know that there are degrees and divisions and debates, again, amongst Zogbyites, Uniates? And if you doubt that, here is a former Uniate telling you that we did an interview with.
At the time.
Here is the interview that we did with. I'm trying to remember what the moniker he used was. Maybe he didn't want his name out there, but you can. I mean, he knows what he's talking about. He was at a Uniate seminary. So here is that interview that we did. You can find the video from Catholic to Orthodox, how Eastern Catholics are the death blow to papism. And this interview also refutes everything that Trent is saying. Completely not true. Trent is trying to give the impression that the Uniates all agree on all of the papal claims and all of the post-Tridentine doctrines. No, they don't. And that was our point, was that Uniatism is just a cloak for papal power, and all of these Uniates have been allowed back in believing whatever they want. The papacy doesn't care what you believe. Just submit to the papacy. That's all they care about. The whole religion is submission to the papacy. That's it. That's it. That's why 90% of their apologetics and their apologists is papal lawyering. That's all they do.
Christians might use different vocabulary to describe cleansing after death, but in 1595, when the Ruthenian Orthodox Church came into communion with Rome at the Treaty of Brest, on the treaty they signed, it said, "We shall not debate about purgatory. but we entrust ourselves to the teaching of the Holy Church.
Yeah, but that's not what the doctrine of purgatory is. So that proves our point, that uniatism is always about ambiguity and letting it, oh, well, we'll just leave that up to the church. In other words, believe whatever you want, just accept the Pope. And that's what, by the way, listen to Father Josiah's lectures on the Treaty of Brest. It's really good. He covers that in one of his YouTube lectures. I forget the name of it, but his take on that's really good. And he shows that all of these promises of the Pope to build schools and all this aid money that he was going to give, that was all just cover for political power, right? Oh, I'll build you all this stuff. I'll help you out. Just be under me, right? So it's just political. It's just political machinations cloaked as religious aid and help.
Finally, the video said that...
Oh, and by the way, the dogma, by the way, that was a dishonest quote too. We'll leave it to the church, because Florence actually said against Mark of Ephesus that you have to accept created fire. And Mark of Ephesus wrote his famous homilies against the idea that God possesses or has any created fire. The fire of God is the uncreated fire that Paul mentions. Our God is a consuming fire. If God is a consuming fire, then the fire can't be a creature, because God is not a creature. And so how can St. Mark of Ephesus be a saint when his whole argumentation was a rejection of purgatory? And yet your church reversed its decision on multiple Orthodox saints that were schismatic for a century and are now saints. Trent, that alone refutes your whole system. And by the way, that was part of the argumentation in the videos that you didn't even touch on.
Gregory of Palamas was condemned as a heretic in the Western Church, but he's a saint in the Eastern Catholic Church. So isn't that a contradiction? Now, it's true a lot of Western theologians didn't like his school of thought, or Paulinism, but the Church never formally condemned him. Pope St. John Paul II...
That is not true. Not true. Pope St. Gregory, St. Gregory Palamas was, according to the apodictic treatise, an opponent of the Filioque, which he called satanic. He begins his treatise by saying that the Papacy and the Latins listen to Satan and teach the doctrines of Satan on the Filioque. Then the Council of Florence meets, 1274. I highly recommend that you get the Crisis in Byzantium book by Papadakis, because it goes into the 1274 affirmation of the Filioque, and then the Palamite synods meet to rebut that, and then you get the Council of Florence. So Trent doesn't even know what he's talking about, that there's a series of councils that deal with the very issue that Trent's trying to defend. And absolutely, anyone who disagrees with the Latin understanding of the Filioque as a double hypostatic eternal procession is condemned as a heretic. That is the teaching of St. Gregory Palamas in the apodictic treatise on the Holy Spirit, which he begins by saying the Latin doctrine is satanic. So we know from St. Gregory Palamas himself that he opposes the Latin doctrine at 1274 at that council. I mean, as it's presented at that council, as well as the doctrine that's presented in Florence. The Palamite synods are counter synods to your ecumenical councils. So he has to be a heretic and a schismatic. So the Catholic condemnations of anyone who disagrees with those councils condemns him as a schismatic and a heretic. So he's totally wrong. Total bullshit.
And even spoke positively of the spirituality based on Paulinism in a 1996 address.
So here he admits that the positive affirmation in the 1990s by the post-Vatican II popes, he thinks proves this. Our argument was that it's a contradiction, that he's a heretic and a schismatic according to the councils, because he disagrees with the councils and the papal teaching. That, by definition, according to Vatican I and according to Dictatus Papae and Unum Sanctum, makes him a schismatic and a heretic, according to you. And then you just admitted a reversal of the doctrine in the 90s to make him a saint now. And the Uniates revere the pillars of orthodoxy as saints. That is a contradiction. And so he's just saying, well, he's not mentioned by name. It doesn't have to be mentioned by name, because disagreeing with the papacy, calling it satanic, makes you a schismatic in your view. Liars.
In that same address, he said this: how many things we have in common. It is time for Catholics and Orthodox.
Dude, this just proves my position. How many things we have in common? Vatican I says the Eastern schismatics are damned to hell, dummy.
Make an extra effort to understand each other more, recognizing with renewed amazement of fraternity how much the Spirit is working in their respective traditions in view of a new Christian spring. So to summarize, Eastern Catholics are fully Catholic and fully Eastern, and there's no contradiction between the two, even if there are differences. Pope John the 23rd put it well. He said, the common saying, expressed in various ways and attributed to various authors, must be recalled with approval. In essentials, unity. In doubtful matters, liberty. In all things, charity.
Well, let's look, for example, at the Catholic and the relationship with the separated Eastern churches. We are told that sacraments may be given to those in the Eastern churches. All right. So let's just deconstruct the total bullshit that you just heard from Trent. So again, the book I mentioned, I didn't rage quit. I went to go get the books. Crisis in Byzantium, right? This is an excellent book. And by the way, if he's a Uniate, how embarrassing that he doesn't know this. He doesn't know the history of the Palamite councils in 1274, Lyons and Florence. Hello? These councils met to reject your ecumenical councils, dummy. I mean, these people are grossly ignorant on their own history, and I have to put up with them lying about me, calling me mean. Look at this. The apodictic treatise on the Holy Spirit. An entire book of St. Gregory. Does he even know that this is a book of Palamos? Do any of these Uniates even know this? I don't think they do. Right? Now, unfortunately, we are waiting still on this to be translated into English. I have the advanced copy from Father Hears. The whole book is against the Filioque. I would say, Trent, that calling the Filioque satanic pretty much counts as rejecting the Filioque, don't you think? Don't you think? And what does he say? Right there. The Latins listen to Satan. That's the red is Palamos's words. The Latins listen to Satan in their Filioque doctrine. This is an entire book against your conciliar doctrine of the Papist of the Filioque. Apodictic treatise on the Holy Spirit by St. Gregory Palamos. Latins listen to Satan. I would say that's a rejection of the papal doctrine, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you think that's a rejection of the Ecumenical Council and its teaching? Can I be a good standing Roman Catholic if I reject an Ecumenical Council in 1274? No. Okay. So then what status would St. Gregory Palamas hold in your view if he rejects the papal doctrine and says the papacy listens to Satan? What class would we put him under? Saint or schismatic? Saint or heretic? Which one, Trent? The Palamite synods put together an entire treatise called the Tomos against John Bekos. Do you know who John Bekos was? John Bekos is a Latinizer who sought unity with the papacy on the basis of interpreting the Filioque to mean whatever you want it to mean. Read it in a Orthodox way. Read it in a Roman Catholic way. Read it as a double eternal hypostasis. However you want to read it. Okay, those Palamite synods have a document called the Tomos against John Bekos. By the way, I've read Uniate theological essays, master's thesis on this document. Your own Uniates know about this, and you don't. This is embarrassing, dude. This is your history of your you go to a Uniate church and you don't know this. So clearly, again, because of the slow boys in the audience, I'm going to stress this for you. It's not a hard argument. The Roman Catholic Church says in the Middle Ages Unum Sanctum, Dictatus Papae, Cantate Domino, 1274 Lions, and many other places. If you don't teach according to what the Roman Catholic see, the Roman see lays down, that makes you a heretic and a schismatic, especially if you overtly reject it. Palamas overtly rejects it, saying the Latins, Rome, listened to Satan in their Filioque doctrine. They hold synods in Byzantium against the Latin doctrine of the Filioque. They're called Palamite synods. They affirm what I'm saying, what Palamas teaches. They condemn the papal Filioque doctrine. They're part of the Orthodox councils. They've entered into our dogmatic status. It's in our liturgy. We hold up the Lenten Triodion, Palamas against the Latin heretics. I would say that counts as him rejecting the papacy and your doctrines. So it doesn't require the papacy to literally name you if you hold to the condemned positions. How do you not see this? This is your own doctrine. Your own church condemns propositions, condemns, quote, anyone who would reject XYZ. Okay, Palamas rejects XYZ, therefore he's condemned. And look at what Trent admits. In the 90s, the Pope said they're great. They're great. Dude, that's proving my argument. Outside of communion with Rome. So this is actually contrary to Lateran 4, Constitution 3 of Lateran 4 on heretics, which says that no sacraments can be given to those outside the visible communion of the church. It also goes against Gregory the 16th and Pius the 9th, who taught that those who eat the lamb outside the church will perish. God does not approve of all sects, we are told, in the traditional teachings of the church. But here we're told that God is actually working through all of the sects and all the different schisms according to the Roman Catholic mindset. That's that you can now share communio in sacris, communicatio in sacris, section 29 of the decree of the Eastern churches, even though the Eastern churches completely reject multiple dogmas of the Roman Catholic Church. Yeah, I mean, this is like clear as day that Vatican II extended the possibility of communion to Orthodox and to, quote, schism, those in, quote, partial communion. So in other words, look at the fact that the status of groups outside of communion with the Bishop of Rome who reject multiple ecumenical councils, the status of heretic and schismatic for ecumenist PR purposes has been retooled and repurposed to where it's imperfect communion. What a bunch of bureaucraties. So we were schismatics and heretics. We were damned for centuries, for a millennium. Oh, but thank you. Now the hippie, open, liberal papacy says we're all good. It's just a partial communion. Again, all premised on their heterodox ecclesiology, as if the church exists amongst thousands of different heretical sects. And now, according to Francis and Fratelli Tutti, the church even exists in the pagan religions on a scale of being, on a gradation of concentric circles, so that every religion now is in impartial communion. Do you see the absurdity of this? Oh, so are Satanists also in partial communion with the Vatican? I mean, Satanists might recognize, if they're theistic Satanists, one satanic deity. Oh, well, they believe in one God. I guess we're all in partial communion with the Satanists. By your logic, that's what you should hold to.
So once again, we have to understand dogmatic teachings that do not change and disciplines or even teachings about disciplines that...
Which, by the way, we need Trent, the infallible, the fallible interpreter, to tell us which categories are which teachings fit into the infallible and which ones fit into the fallible disciplines.
Can change. For example, the church has always taught suicide is a grave matter and can be a mortal sin. So those who commit suicide can't receive a Christian funeral. But as our understanding has...
Didn't you guys also teach that people that receive cremation can't receive a Christian funeral? Oh, but wait a minute. Now you can. Which, by the way, the traditional Catholic view was that cremation is a Freemasonic doctrine that is an attack on the body. Oh, but the Vatican II Church allows you to be cremated now. Oh, okay, good job.
We have learned that many people who commit suicide, they're not of sound mind. They probably suffer from a mental illness. And so they lack the knowledge or ability to consent that would make this grave action a mortal.
So wait a minute. So how come the papacy, guided by the Holy Spirit in the first 1,000 years of Christianity or in the first 1,500 years of Christianity, how come the Holy Spirit didn't enlighten the papacy to know that people who commit suicide might not be of full sound mind? So we needed modern developments in what? Like, what are the modern developments here that let us know this, right? Now, I don't necessarily have a problem with this, but I don't accept the papal rigor idea of everything being either or. But every time Trent argues for the evolution of doctrine, we see that it seems to be the evolution of morals as well, doesn't it? What do we see in the first half of this with the death penalty? Oh, well, it's evolved. And so here's 3 ways for you to interpret Francis, according to Trent. Oh, what about suicide? Well, we've seen it evolve now. We have a better understanding of the fact that people aren't of sound mind. Okay, well, what about all the centuries where people had their loved ones not given a Christian funeral when, well, sorry, the papacy didn't see that at that time. Again, how come the papacy is the guide in morals for centuries, according to him, but the Holy Spirit failed to give this guidance, which is so obvious now? What about the guidance in terms of understanding and knowing all these forgeries? Where was the Holy Spirit in leading the papacy to sniff out the forgeries? Oh, but it's duped by dozens of forgeries, propping up its temporal claims? Where was the Holy Spirit guiding them?
Sin. So while it is still possible to commit the mortal sin of suicide, such as if a criminal commits suicide simply to avoid going to jail.
I'm going to have to go wee-wee because I've been drinking a lot of coffee, but I'm going to let Trent play a little bit, and I can still hear him from the wee-wee room, so don't worry. I'll be right back, and we'll see where Trent goes next.
We no longer start with the presumption that everyone who commits suicide is in a state of mortal sin. We can also apply this to the discipline of administering the sacraments. So, an example of an unchanging teaching would be that it is a mortal sin to receive the Eucharist while you are in a state of mortal sin. Moreover, heresy is a mortal sin. The Fourth Lateran Council said of heretics, clerics should not, of course, give the sacraments of the Church to such pestilent people, nor give them a Christian burial, nor accept alms or offerings from them. If they do, let them be deprived of their office and not restored to it without a special indult of the Apostolic See. And the current Code of Canon Law says in section 915, those who have been excommunicated or interdicted after the imposition or declaration of the penalty, and others obstinately persevering in manifest grave sin, are not to be admitted to Holy Communion. But our understanding of what constitutes being in the sin of heresy or the sin of schism has changed as we come to understand people.
Wow. I mean, Trent just mouthed the very thing, word for word condemned in Cantate Domino Gratias, the famous encyclical of Pius X. Our understanding of what constitutes a heretic or a schismatic has changed. Guys, I mean, if you are a Roman Catholic and you're believing this, do you understand that admission? How can the teaching of the Church on something so fundamental as recognizing heretics and schismatics change at all, in any sense? This is kind of ludicrous. I mean, I couldn't ask for a better admission from Trent, but I mean, if you think that this is in any way coherent, all I have to do is show you your own papacy stating that the idea that these things can change is the essence of modernism and the essence of the apostasy, according to Cantate Domino Gratias, the encyclical of Pius X. Here is Pius X for you. Lazy Roman Catholics, go read it, or don't. Keep believing your delusion. The very thing Trent said is condemned. Unbelievable. In like manner, he who believes may pass through different phases. Consequently, the formula too, which we call dogmas, may be subject to these vicissitudes and therefore liable to change. Dogmas not only are able, but ought to evolve and change. Evolution of dogma. Again, ironically, the very thing that Newman brought to Vatican I to prove the papacy became their undoing, because if the papacy can evolve, Christianity can evolve, and it can evolve away from Christianity. And thus, the doctrine of the modernists, such as the understanding of the formulas, the understanding of what it is to be a heretic, can also change. The very thing Trent, out of his own mouth, just said. Doctrines adapt and change. Change. Hope and change. The evolution of doctrine, condemned, word for word, in Pacendi Dominici Gratius. The very thing Trent just said out of his own mouth. Let's listen to this again. We're at 5940 in Trent's video. Let's go back.
Obstinately persevering in manifest grave sin are not to be admitted to Holy Communion. But our understanding of what constitutes being in the sin of heresy or the sin of schism has changed.
To finish this whole question of faith and its shoots, it remains to be seen, venerable brethren, what the modernists have to say about the development. First of all, they lay down the general principle that in a living religion, everything is subject to change and must change, and thus their chief doctrine is evolution. Evolution of doctrine. By the way, Trent is a big defender of Newman's evolution of doctrine. That's his idea. He says Catholics have to hold to this. Trent is a philosophically incapable person. I don't think Trent is stupid, but Trent does not really know these topics that well. He has a smattering sophomoric level knowledge of these topics. He has never read pre-Vatican II encyclicals. Trent got a degree and thought that he could make a good career as a Catholic apologist, assuming that these positions are all correct and that he had come to the truth. And I can understand that because I was Catholic at one time too. I was in the exact same position, by the way, as Trent, as a, quote, normal Catholic, trying to defend the papacy and trying to make it and spin it as something somewhat conservative. After many years and after a lot of difficulties and mental gymnastics of not being able to make that work, I went more and more trad. Why? Because I read the pre-Vatican II popes and I was trying to just be a Catholic. That's it. I just wanted to be a traditional Catholic. That's it. Didn't want to be a revolutionary. Didn't want to create some new thing. I just wanted the Mass. That was it. The sacraments. And most trads do have a sincere desire for that. The problem is that they're constantly bombarded by the institution that they worship and defend. Their worst enemies are not Orthodox people. They're not atheists. They're not Satanists. They're not pagans. They're not Muslims. Their worst enemies are in Rome. The leaders of the revolution wear the cope and tiara. They wear the bishop's mitre. They're Francis. And so after, 10 years of this, I finally realized, why am I defending the guy that hates me? It's like the ultimate cuck religion, where I'm going to keep defending this goober in Rome who's a total degenerate and who hates the trads more than he hates anybody else, the Orthodox or even the atheists. And I think Trent will learn that if he's honest with himself, if he actually goes deeper than a sophomoric level of level knowledge of Catholic theology, if he actually starts to read pre-Vatican II popes, if he actually reads what his own Uniate history is, which he doesn't even know about.
Come to understand, people merely born into non-Catholic groups are not the same as someone who...
Well, this is interesting because he's admitting that the older understanding of the church was that people who are in those sects are lost. Okay, so were they damned at that time, Trent? Because sounds like you're admitting that that was the understanding at that time. And now we've developed to have a deeper understanding, which by the way, Pacendi Dominici Grazis calls modernism and apostasy, which you're teaching. So I'm just trying to figure out, did God damn those people in the Middle Ages because that was the understanding of the papacy at that time? Is God bound to the understanding of the papacy at the time in history? Is that how it works, Trent, in your papal religion of worshiping the Pope? I mean, really, the God figure in this religion is the Pope. God submits to the Pope. I mean, if the Pope understood it that way, is that what God's bound to, Trent?
Formally rejects Catholicism and does so in a way that satisfies the modern definition of heresy, namely the obstinate post-baptismal denial of some truth which must be believed with divine and Catholic faith.
Okay, but Trent, that's also the definition here in Cantate Domino, which says that martyrs who die outside of the communion of the papacy are damned. But you just told me that people who died outside the papacy, such as Eastern hierarchs, that we call the pillars of orthodoxy, you said it's cool that they're saints now. So again, notice the evolution of doctrine leads to the evolution of morals, which we saw him multiple times admit with the death penalty, and now with the status of a heretic or a schismatic is. It's evolved and changed, he says. So now does God's understanding submit to the Pope's understanding, the church's understanding? So sorry if you were born into Orthodox churches in the year, 1100. Sorry, dude, you're damned. If only we had had a more liberal papacy in the year 1100. And by the way, anybody born into those things now, you're all good, dude. Do you see that this is a religion of the worship of man? The papacy, as many critics in the Orthodox Church always said, going back centuries, not only tells God what to do, it becomes the God of the religion. That is exactly what St. Justin Popovich said. Papalism is European humanism in essence, worshiping man as God. Because now you can get into heaven because of a new understanding that the papacy has. How come the Holy Spirit didn't enlighten these medieval popes to this understanding, to let people into heaven? And I'm kind of joking here, but I'm also not joking, because according to Trent, it centers around your relationship to the papacy, does it not? I mean, that's what Unum Sanctum said. So I'm curious, Trent, like, does Unum Sanctum still hold? Are we still bound to this or not? Because this says, my salvation is contingent upon whether I submit not just to the spiritual, but also the temporal authority of the Pope. But now you're telling me that a lot of this has changed. This was an extreme statement, according to you. The papacy has taken off its triple crown, which signified the authority. So I don't understand. Am I still bound to this or not, Trent? Why does your church contradict?
So the Code of Canon Law says of giving the sacraments to non-Catholics that we need to start with this foundation. Quote, Catholic ministers administer the sacraments.
Nobody is supposed to get the sacraments who's not in the church. And this is just a clear example of a change. And he's basically saying, well, we understand it different now. It is changed. Thank you for admitting that it's changed. I thought that this was the one true church. I thought morals and faith don't change, but apparently they do. So I'm really happy to have a Catholic apologist who admits that his doctrines change and evolve, and the morals and the understanding evolves. And all I have to do to refute the entire system is point out their own popes saying that if you say morals and doctrines evolve and change, you're a heretic. So Trent, Pius X says you're a heretic. Now make your crazy religion work for me. Make this make sense to me.
Explicitly to Catholic members of the Christian faithful alone, who likewise receive them licitly from Catholic ministers alone, without prejudice to the prescripts of sections 2, 3, and 4 of this canon and canon 861, section 2. So Catholic sacraments are for Catholics. The code goes on to say Catholic ministers administer the sacraments of penance, Eucharist, and anointing of the sick licitly to members of Eastern churches which do not have full communion with the Catholic Church.
So now, again, heretic and schismatic has been recast and redefined as improper communion. Do you not see this as, I mean, guys, he admitted it's a change. And these liars sit there and tell you that the Catholic Church doesn't change. Trent spent the first half of this thing trying to do whatabouts, calling us out, claiming that our morals changed. And dude, half of his apologetic is defending morals changing.
If they seek such on their own accord and are properly disposed. The code also allows this for Protestants if there is something like a danger of death and a manifestation of Catholic.
So how in the world can a Protestant be properly disposed? This is preposterous. I mean, this is the whole point of the catechumenate, which Roman Catholics don't do that anymore. They call it RCIA, which is just these goofy classes that you take for a few months and then you can be received into the Catholic Church. How in the world could a Protestant be in a proper disposition not accepting the dogmas of the church? It's ludicrous. You can't have a proper disposition without the faith. The faith is not a lowest common denominator thing. But actually, guess what? If Trent's natural theology position is true, the faith is a lowest common denominator thing, isn't it? Exactly. So the Muslim, the Hindu, they're all in limited partial communion. Do you see the absurdity and the stupidity of this doctrine of recasting people outside the church as in partial communion? Now the world religions are also in partial communion. That's why Francis's encyclical Fratelli Tutti includes prayers for non-denominational Christians and for Unitarians, because they're all in partial communion. Do you see this as a flip? You were formerly a heretic and a schismatic. Satis cognitum of Leo XIII, Mystici corporis of Pius XII. Both of those papal documents say that anybody who rejects one dogma is a heretic. You can't be 90% Orthodox, 90% Catholic according to traditional Catholic teaching. There's no such thing as 75% Catholic. You can't say, oh, I'm a Roman Catholic, but I reject dogma XYZ. Satis cognitum and Mystici corporis said, you are not a Catholic. Any one of the dogmas rejected makes you a non-Catholic. That is what the canon law says. So how in the world could a person who's a Protestant rejecting 80% of Catholic doctrines even be in a proper state to receive communion? It's ludicrous. And these goobers won't even realize that the Vatican gives communion to people like Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden. Who was it? Was it Pelosi or somebody just got communion? I don't even keep up with this clown show. I mean, he's trying to defend this principle and make it all work. And all I have to do is say, dude, they gave communion to freaking Biden and Pelosi. Or one of the two. Who was it? Y'all remind me. Who just got communion the other day? The weekly scandal from Francis, right? Who was it? So that's what it really means. So we listen to him ramble all day long trying to explain this from the canon law and make it work. Dude, all I have to do is look at what they do to see what it means. This nonsense means, okay, Pelosi and Biden can get, it was Pelosi? Okay, well, they're good enough, right? they're about the same goblins, right? Okay, so all of this baloney from you just means goblins get communion because, I mean, Joe Biden can get communion. I mean, he's in partial communion, right? I mean, he doesn't believe anything, but I guess if he believes 1% of Catholic doctrine, he's 1% Catholic, right? Oh, it's a communion, there's good degrees of communion.
Faith. So a Protestant, for example, who's come to believe in Catholicism and is in danger of death.
Does the canon law say a Protestant who has come to believe in Catholicism? It doesn't say that. He just interjected that. Does it say an Eastern schismatic who has come to believe in Catholicism? No. it says a Eastern schismatic or a Protestant properly disposed. Okay, what does that mean? You see, it's ambiguous for the purposes of ecumenism, dude. And by the way, I don't even have to listen to all your casuistry to figure this out because they just gave communion to Pelosi. We know what Francis means by it. That's what Francis means. He trumps you.
Would be given the sacrament of reconciliation and the sacrament of the Eucharist on their deathbed. And these people can be properly disposed to receive the sacrament because we've already seen there is a difference.
Was Pelosi properly disposed when she got communion? Wasn't it Francis that gave her communion? Was that right? I mean, again, I don't follow this clown show, so I have no idea what they're up to. Yeah, I'm glad we have Trent to tell us what all this means, because otherwise we might think that it's some sort of abuse or apostasy by the Vatican officials who don't even believe their own religion, right? I mean, thankfully Trent is here to explain. Oh, wait a minute. What does it actually say, though? Huh. Interesting. Interesting. So, Trent, are you sure that it means that you're properly... Was Nancy properly disposed, I guess? Is Francis, as, you know, the great leader, I guess he could see in her confession she was properly disposed. Is that right? Is that how this works, Trent? And by the way, I'm well aware of the whataboutisms, that we have the same problems in the Orthodox Church. But my church isn't built on one dude. I mean, if I sat here saying what Dictatus Papae says about Constantinople, then yeah, Trent might have an argument. But in my view of ecclesiology, I don't have any problem saying any bishop or patriarch can be an apostate or a heretic. How does that damage a decentralized church? It doesn't. In fact, it's commonplace in the history of the church. But it's more devastating and damaging to Trent's position, because Trent's position holds that the Roman See can never teach error and can never defect. Now, you tell me what this is. Is this just a scandal? Is this a defection? I mean, isn't it just one of the many examples that Francis doesn't have the faith amongst dozens of his scandals and his scandal-ridden papacy? You tell me. Roman Catholics make this work. It's not infallible. Okay, so is apostasy contingent on it being infallible? I thought apostasy was any action that's a surrendering of the faith, including rejecting any of the dogmas or the religion as a whole, right? Heresy is, according to Mystici Corporis and Satis Cognitum, a rejection of any of the dogmas. Not 10 of them, any one of them. If I reject the Immaculate Conception, I'm no longer a Roman Catholic. You can't be 92% Roman Catholic in Catholic dogma. It doesn't work that way. It's a whole system. That's their teaching. Okay? So how does this work? One of the zillion scandals of Francis. But Francis is Orthodox? Francis has never defected? You tell me. You guys make this work. Please, make it work. Make it work for me. You're the ones with the outlandish claims. You're the ones with the claims of, what did Dictatus Papae say? Or maybe Trent says we don't have to believe this anymore, right? Is that how we get out of this? So it was true in the Middle Ages. Dictatus Papae was true in the Middle Ages, in 1090, but it's not anymore. Is that how it works, Trent? Things are true and then not true anymore. I mean, he did say that the dogma evolves. So which one is it? I'm glad that people in the chat are realizing this. Share this with your friends. Share this with your Roman Catholic buddies and your trad cats, and drive them insane, because the only thing that's going to get them out of this is when they see this demolished. I mean, that's what it requires.
Between someone who is merely born into a non-Catholic community and genuinely seeks out the Catholic sacraments for some kind of grave necessity or reason, and someone who is formally guilty of the sins of schism and heresy.
Okay, but the canon law doesn't say any of that. It just it's ambiguous to allow for the very thing that you just see with Francis giving it to Pelosi. Come on, dude.
To believe the truth. Thomas Aquinas even made this point when he argued against forced baptisms. So the religious liberty being condemned in those older documents is a kind that supports religious indifferentism and says all religions are basically the same.
You mean like Nostra Aetate, which says that Hindus can approach God in faith and love, and that salvation can be had amongst any of the religions? Is that what you're talking about? The thing that Mortalia Manimos condemns? Indifference, that kind? So Trent is recasting religious liberty as, well, it's only this kind of religious liberty, which is indifferentism. Yeah, that's what Vatican II teaches, right? But if you go and read what the papacy said religious indifferentism is in this, you'll see that it is not restricted to what Trent says it is, right? It's not this minimalist thing that Trent's talking about. Oh, it's only this, where it's in, quote, indifferentism. But remember, Trent's explanation for why it's okay to pray in mosques towards Mecca is that you just privately pray to Jesus, and maybe the other people don't know that, but that's not indifferentism because they don't know who you're praying to, and maybe you're praying to Jesus. You don't think that exterior action exemplifies an interior disposition? Of course it does. Why were there ever martyrs if this is the case? Again, all the ancient Christians had to do was pretend to give obeisance to the idols, and in their interior disposition, secretly pray to Jesus. I mean, that's what Francis, John Paul II, and all these apostates do. Why not just do that? We would never have martyrs. That's his explanation for how this is okay. What a joke. And by the way, his statement of religious liberty is not what the popes pre-Vatican II condemned as religious liberty. It's all forms of religious liberty. By the way, nobody is talking about forced baptisms. So he picked this issue of forcing people to convert, which nobody teaches that. It's about Christian states and the forbidding of immoral practices by the state. That's why Quas Primus was instituted as a feast to necessitate Christian governments according to the papacy prior to Vatican II. This says don't have Christian governments. We recognize and respect all religions. It says all religions. And it doesn't qualify and say anything about bad religions. Some Satanists? I mean, it says we do not discriminate against people holding public office on the basis of any condition or religion. That's the end of Nostra Aetate. But Denzinger 401 and Denzinger 444 say that the Catholic Church does discriminate against heretics and pagans and holding public office. Innocent III at Lateran 4, Innocent III, it might be Lateran 4, I can't read my note. It said, let's see what Denzinger 4, just to be sure, right? Because if I get one footnote wrong, they'll be like, we got him, he failed, it's all fault. Let's see what, for the Spurgs, let's see what Denzinger 401 is, because I can't read my note. We'll make sure. The state should prevent heretics. Lateran Council 3. And this is Innocent III. Denzinger 401. Denzinger 401. Do you see that? Liars. Denzinger 401. What does it say? For this reason, due to the Albigensians, so this is the Albigensian, the Cathari heretics, they should be prevented from any kind of public office. And let's see what Denzinger 444 is. Innocent III again. No, 444. The wrong one. Condemnation of various heretics by Gregory IX. We excommunicate and anathematize all heretics, including the Cathari, the Patarini, the paupers, the Pasagini, Josephini, the Arnoldists, the Speronists, by whatever names they are known, having different faces, but their tails combined one to another because by vanity they come together at the same point in their heresy. And so the condemnation of all those heretics, which was connected to the earlier Denzinger one about public office. So again, is it the case that the Roman Catholic Church does discriminate against heretics holding public office, or that they don't discriminate according to sect and religion, according to Nostra Aetate? Trent, you make that work for me. You're the one with the outlandish claim.
What Vatican II was defending was a person's right to be free in his choice of religion apart from coercion by the state to become.
That is what it says. It is not about the coercion of the state and being free. It says that the dignity of the human person is such that no state should have state religion. And yet the syllabus, so let's look at the Decree on Religious Liberty, Chapter 1, Section 2 of Vatican II. The Vatican Council declares that the right to religious freedom is a human right. Freedom of this kind means that everyone should be immune from any coercion by social groups and every human power, so that within due limits, no man or woman should ever be forced to act against their conscience or their convictions in religious matters, in the private or in the public, or alone or in association with others. The Council further declares that the right to religious freedom is based on the very dignity of the human person in the revealed Word of God. And then it goes on to say, immune to coercion, and that's not all it says, right? So it starts that way, but let's see that proposition itself. Is all coercion condemnable? What does the syllabus of errors say of Pius IX? Syllabus of errors, number 55 of Pius IX. These are the syllabus of errors condemned in addition and attached to Vatican I. The church ought to be separated from the state and the state from the church is number 55 of syllabus of errors. Syllabus of errors 77. In the present day, it is no longer expedient that the Catholic religion should be held as the state religion, and that other forms of worship should be excluded, condemned. 78. It is wise in terms of law in Catholic countries that persons coming to reside therein should have the public exercise of their own peculiar worship, condemned. The very thing the Vatican II says in the Decree on Religious Liberty is condemned. Now it goes on to say that if the state does go after things that are considered religious, it, quote, exceeds its authority. And acts of this kind cannot be commanded or forbidden by a human authority. Religious acts cannot be commanded or forbidden by human authority. So you'll notice that they don't actually tell you what the Decree on Religious Liberty says. He just tells you what it says. Private and public acts of religion by which people direct themselves to God according to their own convictions. Oh, so wait a minute. What if I believe in voodoo? What if I believe in Satanism and I believe that infants are a kind of human SACRIFICE, as the Church of Satan or the Temple Set says that they believe it is? Well, according to Vatican II, you can't, through the state, infringe upon their God-directed rights. And they'll say, it's against nature. Well, that's the point. Of course it is. So make that work with Vatican II. According to their convictions transcend the very nature of earthly and temporal orders. In other words, if a Satanist wants to sacrifice chickens or whatever, that transcends the temporal order. Therefore, civil authorities to which are committed the care of the common good and the temporal order must recognize and look with favor upon religious life of its citizens. Yeah, but what religion? You see how ambiguous this is? This doesn't tell you if, I mean, there are groups that now see that that infants They believe that to be a sacrament, if you understand what I'm saying, right? Well, can't they just claim Vatican II's protection of religious liberty? And who are you to say that it's not their religious liberty? Well, but that's different because it's different. And then it goes on to say, religious communities have the further right to not ever be prevented from publicly teaching and bearing witness to their beliefs. Did I not just read to you papal statements? Denzinger, what was it, 401 and 444, that heretics should be prevented from publicly teaching their heresies and holding office. What does Vatican II say? No one should be prevented from spreading and publicly teaching and bearing witness to their beliefs. That is a contradiction, dummies. Everyone should have the freedom to proselytize and freedom of the press. Gregory XVI's Mirari Vos and Leo XIII's Immortal Dei condemn the proposition that everyone has a right to the freedom of the press and everyone has a right to proselytize. Contradiction. And you don't need Trent spin. You need the documents themselves. You don't have to read this big-ass boring book. All you got to read is the two that I said, Nostra Aetate and the Decree on Religious Liberty, 15, 20 pages. And then read this, which is a little bit more reading, 16 papal documents condemning everything that's in those two Vatican II dogmatic documents. Well, it's not dogmatic. I don't got to believe it. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You have to believe whatever the Roman See teaches you. And it's not your job to pick and choose which things are dogmatic and which things aren't. You listen with docility and shut up.
Catholic.
Vatican II dogmatically accepts religious liberty and that there should not be confessional states anymore. And since Vatican II, all of those Vatican II popes have been de-Catholicizing Catholic states. They actually say right. We should be secular. There doesn't need to be a confessional state. And then if you read the decree on religious liberty in section 3, it says the state exceeds its authority if in other words, the state should not be confessional. If it tries to have religious bases, then it's exceeding its authority. But again, this is contrary to Immortal Dei, and it's also contrary to Vehementer Nos. So that's those are other encyclicals you could read that are contrary to the decree on religious freedom.
What about the idea that the government must be Catholic, or what Dyer calls a confessional state? The church is all.
Did Trent address the documents that I cited? What about the idea that the state must be confessional? It's called the Feast of Christ the King. I mean, does he not know any of the trad arguments? He ought to at least know some of his trad compadres' arguments, right? I mean, the institution of the Feast of Christ the King was, here's the Vatican, right? Was done to combat the idea of the de-Catholicizing of the state. And the capitulation to the idea that we should not have Catholic Christian governments and Christendom. So his church leaders instituted a whole freaking feast against religious liberty and a neutral state, a non-Christian, non-Catholic state in 1925. Does he even know this? And then he's sitting here telling us, well, does it have to be a Catholic state? It's not even relevant to what the actual debate was about, which is modernism and liberalism and the forces of the Revolution and Enlightenment and Protestantism de-Christianizing, de-Catholicizing Christendom. Does he not know this, his own history?
Always taught that it can be beneficial for the state to lead people to their heavenly ends, and so the state could promote one religion over all others. Dignitatis Humanae even says that it is not dealing with the question of whether there can be confessional states that endorse one religion.
Yeah, but it's a contradiction, Trent, because it is dealing with that, because it says that no state should enforce one religion or the other, or forbid any religious community from promoting and proselytizing. So he just totally lied. The document specifically says everyone has a natural inherent right to proselytize and use the freedom of the press, and no state should forbid that. I gave you 4 examples of how those are condemned propositions. Trent doesn't touch any of this.
As religious freedom in turn, which men demand as necessary to fulfill their duty to worship God, has to do with immunity from coercion in civil society. Therefore, it leaves untouched traditional Catholic doctrine on the moral duty of men and societies toward the true religion and toward...
Yeah, but that's the doublespeak that is everywhere in the Vatican II documents, Trent. So the fact that you found a quote that gives the impression that this is a harmonizable document is irrelevant to my argument that it is a contradictory document. I know that it says that it's in harmony, but it's not in harmony because it says the very thing that's a condemned proposition in at least 4 places that I gave you. Again, do you want me to give you the condemned propositions again? Morari Vos, Immortal Dei, those 2 documents condemn the idea that everyone has a right to freely proselytize and the freedom of the press. If you want more examples, heretics holding public office, condemned Denzinger 401, Denzinger 444. Those are documents and statements that heretics should not be in power, should not proselytize, should not freely spread their views. Vatican II religious liberty document says they have the right to freely spread their views. That's the contradiction. The fact that you find a quote in the document which says it's not a contradiction is not an argument and doesn't respond to my objection. And this is their eternal fallback, because Vatican documents, shocker, are written in ambiguous bureaucraties. They do that on purpose so that they can throw a bone to the trads who imagine in their delusion that this is in continuity with the previous teaching, and that they also have it ambiguous enough so that the radicals can interpret it like Hans Küng or Skilobex or any of those people to fit and suit their ideology. So the fact that he's appealing to the ambiguity in Vatican II does nothing but prove my point that the Vatican doesn't solve any problems. It just gives statements, which can be interpreted in any way that they want, to placate various groups.
The one Church of Christ. The council did not prohibit such states, and even seems to acknowledge they...
No, but it does. That's the point, Trent. It says that nobody should have their right to proselytize and freely preach and convert people inhibited. That is a contradiction, because Catholic theology previously forbade heretics from doing that, and in many cases had the death penalty for heretics. Death penalty for heretics versus the right to freely proselytize and say whatever you want. That is a contradiction.
Could exist, such as when it says in section 6, if, in view of peculiar circumstances obtaining among peoples, special civil recognition is given to one religious community in the constitutional order of society. It is at the same...
Yeah, but that doesn't say a Catholic state, Trent. I mean, if I live in a state, if I live in a country that is predominantly Satanist, according to this document, they have the right to erect a satanic state. And I can't say anything against that, because that's their dignitatis humanae, religious liberty right to do that.
Muslim theocracies...
Let's skip past this stupid shit. This is so dumb.
The 1908 Catechism of St. Pius X even says this. It defines infidels in this way. Infidels are those who have not been baptized and do not believe in Jesus Christ, because they either believe in and...
So now we have to do the natural theology stuff. So I'm just going to refer you to the entire debate that we did with Trent on natural theology. So he's trying to pull in popes who, by the way, they're wrong. All right? I don't care that the Catechism of Pius X teaches natural theology.
Do, or, though admitting one true God, they do not believe in the Messiah, neither as already come in the...
I mean, I can't believe that he doesn't understand the word concept fallacy here, right? I mean, Take the Urantia cult. The Urantia cult says they believe in the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, and Jesus Christ incarnate. Oh, well, I guess we all believe the same thing because they use the same words, don't we? Really? Is it that dumb? I mean, why do you think that there's so many dogmatic definitions to explicate exactly what we mean, to point out that we don't mean what those goobers believe? So all he's doing here, and by the way, this was prior to our debate on natural theology, which he famously was floundered in, if you remember. But you'll notice that, don't be confused, by the way, audience. If you saw me referring to popes against the modern errors, that's not because I'm trying to get you into traditional Catholicism. That's just to show the contradiction between Vatican II and pre-Vatican II teaching. That's all. Okay? We don't care what Pius X said, other than to prove these people wrong. And so the fact that Pius X has this idea that Catholics and Muslims worship the same God because they worship one God is easily refutable. It's the word concept fallacy. I mean, if a theistic Satanist believes in one God, do I worship the same deity as the theistic Satanist because it's, quote, one God? I mean, this is silly.
Of Jesus Christ.
So I don't know.
Nor as
the whole debate was this. So I think hopefully we can move on. If we don't move on, we'll be here for forever. So this particular point, Trent and I had a 2-hour debate on. So you can go watch that debate.
nobody can will of their own human power the gift of faith. But in order to receive the gift of faith from God, one must be able to intellectually assent to the proposition God exists. And a person has no control over whether they choose to assent to that statement. Then they can't be held responsible if they don't believe in God. So to summarize, ought implies can. If there is a moral duty to become Catholic, then a person must be able to do something, even if it's a minuscule act of assenting to belief that God exists, in order to cooperate with grace and choose to carry out this moral duty. Otherwise, if it's all up to God who believes and who doesn't.
I don't know where he's getting this. I mean, we don't teach Calvinism. We don't teach modernism. So I don't know what this maybe has to do with natural theology or something. I don't know. We're going to skip past this. I don't know what he's talking about.
Certain office holders to be Catholic, as the church did in past documents.
Oh, wait a minute. What?
Talks
And false religions.
The end of Nostra Aetate is talking about discrimination when it comes to people's fundamental rights, not whether a Catholic confessional state could require certain office holders to be Catholic, as the church did in past documents.
Oh, but that is what it's talking about, Trent, because it's saying the same thing that the decree on religious liberty is saying. You see, those two documents are very similar because the church's relationship to religious liberty is very closely connected to the Roman Catholic Church's relationship to the non-Christian religions and the, quote, dialogue with them and how a state should be conducted in regard to them. And that's because, again, of so many situations in Roman Catholic Latin Church history where there were crusades, where there were the burning of heretics, right? These kinds of things. Now, Trent is having to do major spin here to make this work. But again, he's trying to say, oh, well, the end of Nostra Aetate isn't talking about discrimination against one religion over the other. Yes, it is, because it's saying the exact same thing that the decree on religious liberty said. And the discrimination there is that no one gets discriminated against. But do you see the absurdity of this when we start thinking about crazy cults, when we start thinking about satanic groups? And the reason it doesn't work is that as soon as you start talking about those groups, surely Trent's going to turn around and say, well, those groups don't count. They ought to be, right? Because they believe in things against natural law. Oh, well, that begs the question. So where's the delineator if you don't have a Christian state? So you can't have the Enlightenment presuppositions of a atheist neutral state and then turn around and try to have your Christian presuppositions about moral law. Do you see how inconsistent and silly that is? I mean, how can you have a state have morals if there's no God in that system to provide the morals? Is this not a no-brainer? And in fact, even your pre-Vatican II popes said that very thing.
Nostra Aetate talks about how God is, quote, Father of all, and as a result, quote, "No foundation therefore remains for any theory or practice that leads to discrimination between man and man or people and people, so far as their human dignity and the rights flowing from it are concerned. The Church reproves as foreign to the mind of Christ any discrimination against men or harassment of them because of their race, color, condition."
Right, and again, for the 10th time, that is a contradiction. It's a contradiction against previous papal statements, which said the opposite and condemned that very proposition. Again, Denzinger 401, Denzinger 444, Merari Voss, Syllabus of Errors 55, 77, 78, Immortale Dei of Leo the 13th, and Merari Voss of Gregory the 16th clearly contradict that. That's, again, very simple argument. I don't know why you guys can't get this. Why is it, by the way, when we bring this up and I make this point, they have to go to great, amazing lengths. Did you know that, who was it, Jacques Maritain? Jacques Maritain, if I recall, is one of the key Jesuits, or Dominicans, who wrote zillions of pages of books to make this religious liberty Vatican II stuff work. Right? He's one of the, I'm going from memory because I don't really care about any of this trad clown world stuff anymore. Well, he's not a trad. He's actually kind of a liberal. But so he was a big proponent of the religious liberty philosophy, man in the state, integral humanism, right, all this kind of stuff, to get Vatican II promoting this stuff. Right? So it's not a mystery as to who was promoting this at Vatican II and where it comes from. It comes from him. Do you think that he is a representative of anything remotely traditional Catholic? Now here's Michael Fluffton on here with his goobers trying to defend this stuff.
Why doesn't every home...
Jacques Maritain, Christian philosopher, with Dr. Matthew Meinert. Yeah. And so these are the people who, whoa, physiognomy check. Double physiognomy check there. Whoa, dude. Let's get that off of here. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not a mystery as to who was behind religious liberty and what their views are. And by the way, do you realize these trads and these pseudo-trads, that they've even had the very people that I talk about come on and interview? Like, they've interviewed people who talk about this. I can't remember if they had Wim Hof on or not, but they've had Flanders and people like that on. Do you see this book? John Courtney Murray, Time Life Magazine, The American Proposition. Right, so John Courtney Murray is one of the Americanist CIA Jesuits, definitively demonstrated in this book to be co-opted as an asset to the CIA to help promote Vatican II and religious liberty. So the heresy of Americanism, which their own popes condemned Americanism, is the very essence of the Vatican II religious liberty doctrine taught by these goobers to promote the CIA's geopolitical agenda at Vatican II. Their own traditional Catholic lawyer, David Wim Hof, wrote this gigantic book with 1,000 footnotes proving this. So I wonder what Vatican II means. I wonder, it's a mystery. What do they mean? Well, we know what they mean. It means Americanism, a la David Wim Hof, a la Jacques Maritain, a la John Courtney Murray, American CIA Jesuit. It's not a conspiracy theory. That's from the trads. That's from them. And amazingly, they've had him on. I think Flanders, Ned Flanders, Tim Flanders, whatever his name is, did a whole podcast on that book. And maybe Fluffton might have even had him on. I don't even remember. Now, they'll have him on saying what I say, but when I say it, they say I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist. And they use the same sources as me. Interesting.
Life or religion. In the specific context, the declaration is talking about Jewish.
All right, I'm going to skip on to the next one
easier to
because
understand.
we've already covered this.
But he didn't. Instead, and we don't criticize God for that, we humbly accept what he has chosen to do and seek to understand his word. Of course, the conciliar documents are not divinely inspired, and the passages in Vatican II are not infallible declarations.
Whoa, what? They are acts of the Apostolic See promulgated from the Apostolic See with full papal authority for the entire church, so they are under the charism of infallibility. What did he say? He said Vatican II is not infallible? What?
Sure. But by the same token, 2 Peter 3:16 says there are passages in Scripture that are difficult to understand. God could have inspired the sacred authors to make those easier to understand, but he didn't. Instead, and we don't criticize God for that, we humbly accept what he has chosen to do and seek to understand his word. Of course, the conciliar documents are not divinely inspired, and the passages in Vatican II are not infallible declarations.
What? Yeah, they are. They're under the Petrine charism of universal ordinary magisterium, at least, if not extraordinary magisterium. And it doesn't matter which one it is, because those are both under the charism of infallibility. So the idea that the documents of Vatican II are he said they're not infallible? Okay, so we have a whole, I'm kind of surprised that he holds that position. I'm not sure why or where he gets that, but we did a whole talk on this. Was Vatican II infallible? And in this talk, I have several documents linked below that you can see right here, which show that yes, it is infallible, and yes, you do have to hold to it. Now, I'm sure Trent holds to it, but I'm kind of surprised that he said it's not infallible. What? So Vatican II is dogmatic, and if it's dogmatic, it's infallible, because you can't have a non-infallible dogmatic teaching in the Roman Catholic system. That makes no sense. So the first one is the address of Pope Francis to the 68th National Liturgical Week in Italy, 2017. And it says that the reforms of Vatican II are irreformable. Irreformable. Today, there is still work to be done in this direction, particularly by rediscovering the reasons and the decisions taken with regard to the liturgical reform, by overcoming unfounded and superficial readings, a partial reception, and practices that disfigure it. It is not a matter of rethinking the reform. You're talking about Vatican II's reform, the council, see? After this magisterium, Vatican II, according to Francis, is magisterium. After this long journey, we can affirm with certainty the magisterial authority of the liturgical reform. That the liturgical reform is irreversible. That means it's dogma. That's equivalent to infallible, Trent. And because the Liarsbergs in the chat won't believe it, here's the link. Go read it yourself. It doesn't matter that Francis said that, because when Francis said it was infallible, he wasn't being infallible. Like these word games. Here's another document. The opening council speech by John the 23rd, explaining that it is an action of the magisterium. Here is this. That's document number 2. That it is a dogmatic magisterial document. If it's dogmatic and magisterial, it must therefore be infallible. Again, refuting Trent's false claim that Vatican II was not, quote, infallible. Very bizarre. Never heard. Surprised that he says this. This one is in Latin, but you'll have to go to, excuse me, maybe it might be in Italian. So you'll have to put this into a translator, but it also, this is, I think, address of Paul VI in 1976 about Vatican II. If you put that into a translator, you will see that Paul VI says that it is a act of the magisterium as well. So that is, how many is that now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Here's Casti Connubii of Pius XII. And the reason this is relevant is because Casti Connubii says that Roman Catholics are not bound to only what is extraordinary. So in other words, even if Vatican II was for some reason just universal ordinary magisterium, you must still teach it, and you must still accept it. And Vatican I says that universal ordinary magisterium is also under the Petrine charism and therefore infallible. So there's piece of evidence number 4, that you have to accept Vatican II and it is infallible. Number 5, see De Legis of Pius XII. Obedience is necessary even if you think the Pope is wrong. So it wouldn't even matter if you definitively proved what type of dogma Vatican II was. You still have to follow it with docility. So there's at least 5 pieces of data. And here is my whole talk covering those pieces of data that, no, I'm sorry, Vatican II is infallible if you're a Roman Catholic and is protected by the Petrine charism, and you have to follow it. Doesn't matter what you think. It's not up to you to make those decisions as a Roman Catholic. There is that whole talk on that.
But they should still be humbly accepted and read in a charitable light. So let's look at what Nostra Aetate actually said about Hindus and read it as charitably as possible. In Hinduism, men contemplate the divine mystery and express it through an inexhaustible abundance of myths and through searching philosophical inquiry. They seek freedom from the anguish of our human condition, either through ascetical practices or profound meditation or a flight to God with love and trust.
You must submit to Booger. Pope Francis is big fan of Booger, of course. I seek much enlightenment through bodily release and through Guru being able to get you to read your mind of self. When you read your mind of self, Guru will be able to plant his love seeds inside of you. Did you not read Vatican II? Vatican II says me is very good for you. Me very humble.
Yeah, sure. We already covered this. I'm not going to repeat this. We're going to skip past this because we already covered this, and we still got way too much more time to go with Trent. Guys, look, do you want to be a soy trad? No, you don't want to be a soy trad, right? You want to be a Chad. You want to be a Chad nerd, right? We all want to be Chad nerds, and so the best way to be a Chad nerd is to head on over to chalk.com. That is the show's sponsor. We're going to get through the rest of this, by the way. My show sponsor is one of the best red pill-based companies out there, chalk.com. They offer the best organic supplements out there. In fact, it's better than organic, right? A lot of these products aren't even organic. They're actually cold-pressed, rainforest-sourced beyond, quote, organic. So I'm going to say that what I took today was the Tomcat. As you can see, I'm energized. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go. I'm not even tired, and we're 3 hours in almost. So if you want to start out, head over to chalk.com and check out the daily. The daily is your best option for just that overall daily boost in terms of supplementation. If you're looking for mental clarity, Jamie is a huge fan of the Shilajit. She's been taking Shilajit for months now. She loves it. If you go to the Nashville event, by the way, I will be giving out quite a few bottles of chalk to the people that come, so you will get some free bottles. But look, don't rely on that, because you want to go ahead and secure these supplements right now. Action 2.0 for a great energy boost. All of these, again, are cold-pressed adaptogens. Our food is nutrient deficient. Our soils are nutrient depleted. So the best way to add to your diet the necessary supplementation and nutrients that you need is not just through a good organic diet, but also through supplementation to add to your exercise regimen as well. Ashwagandha, another one of those great mental clarity supplements that you can add. And you will not be disappointed. And the promo code is J50, J50. That will give you 50% off anything in the store right now. 50% off. Can't beat that. It was 60. So guys, you might want to take use of the 50% off right now, because they might drop it down to 40 tomorrow, right? Who knows? I don't know what they're going to do. They're our show sponsor, so I have to do what they say to do. But look, if you really like chalk as I do, if you want to get in that regular cycle of getting that chalk in your mailbox on a weekly, monthly basis, you can set up subscription. You can set up a recurring subscription and use a different promo code for that. So that's J53Life, J53LIFE. And that will get you the ease and the simplicity of not having to put in all that information every month, right? Just like, you know, how Amazon, right? Jeffrey Bezos, right? He's got this going over there on his Amazon. You might have heard of it. You can order it on a monthly basis and set it up as a recurring thing. Well, our buddies over at Chalk have done that exact same thing. They set it up to where J53Life, J53Life, LIFE, 53% off on recurring subscriptions to chalk.com. And also check out this new superfood chocolate. And yes, it tastes like chocolate. A great addition to your morning smoothie regimen if that's what you're into. Jamie does that every day as well, so I highly recommend it. So there's like 4 or 5 things I take, and then like 4 or 5 things Jamie does. So we both have immersed ourselves in chalk. And so if you're wondering why I'm so energized, it's the chalk.com. There's no other answer, no other solution.
All this is saying.
So here he's got to do the spin. We got to skip past this or we'll never get out of here. So let's move on to the next. And by the way, I spent like 30 minutes covering Nos Rotate. So let's move on.
All I said in response was that the Holy Fire is just nonsense. That'd be no different than J. Dyer hand-waving away the private revelations given to Catholic saints after the Great Schism. Finally, here...
I missed that part. I don't know what he's arguing there. But again, I'll just point out that the histrionic so-called women saints of second millennium Roman Catholicism are also another fabulous refutation of Roman Catholicism. And the reason for that is that we have these outlandish, ridiculous tales of, I'm not joking and I'm not trying to be rude or blasphemous here, but Jesus handing his circumcised thing as a ring to one of the histrionic women saints. We have Jesus carving his name into the chest of one of the histrionic women, so-called saints of Roman Catholicism. We have Saint Gemma and others throwing themselves down wells. We have, I mean, these are insane people. Okay, we have Saint, quote unquote, Faustina Kowalska, who sees the host floating around, and the host says, "You're my BFF. I'm Jesus. I'm your boyfriend." I'm not joking. Jesus picked me as his boyfriend. Sister Kowalska says. Okay, this is histrionic gibberish. Nothing to do with the way of the saints that the Orthodox Church says is a unified experience. Unified experience. Do you understand that in the first 1,000 years of the church, when we look at the Holy Fathers in the desert, when we look at Palamos, right, which is second millennium, but from Basil to Paul to Moses to Palamos, the Orthodox view is that the experience of the saints is one. That one experience is of the uncreated light and theosis. There's not 20,000 different mystical dark night crazy experiences that one goes through. There's not crazy visions of palaces and Jesus as my boyfriend and Jesus carving his name into my chest. Prelest, stigmata, none of that. Isn't that it? Doesn't it seem like the process of theosis would be the same? Of course it would. And it would be the same for anybody like Moses, to Paul, to Basil, to Palamos, to the holy elders today. And they all teach the same thing. Nobody teaches the, quote, the spiritual ORGASMS. I'm not joking. That's what they say. Because these people are quacks and loons. And they're in prelest and delusion. Nobody would think that any of that is mystical union unless they were in prelest and delusion. And I'm not being graphic or blasphemous. That's what their saints and histrionic women say about their mystical union. That God gave them spiritual ORGASMS. I'm not joking. because that's not authentic. So sorry, Trent, that I am going to hold up and say that that's a good argument against you.
What the Orthodox Church of America's website says, stigmata, such as manifested in Padre Pio, are foreign to the Orthodox experience, and as such,
Exactly.
the Church has no official position in this regard. There have been, however, such phenomena as weeping icons and the like within the Orthodox world. In such cases, an investigation is undertaken to ascertain the legitimacy of such things, and the Church is generally cautious in immediately proclaiming them to be miracles. So at worst, an Orthodox could simply be agnostic when it comes to things like the stigmata. This kind of...
Well, I mean, that is a cautionary statement from the OCA website, and the fact that it says that those things are foreign to the Orthodox Church means that it is not part of the Orthodox experience of union with God. So theosis never includes that, and so I'm not sure how. So Trent's trying to twist this into saying that, well, since it's foreign, you just have to be quiet about it because you don't actually know if it's God or not. No, but we do, and we know that it's not because we know that the experience of the saints over the centuries, over millennia, is one. And this is a huge difference with Roman Catholicism, right? Remember, they have the tradition of imaginative prayer. I have a little prayer book over here on my trad shelf from either Teresa of Avila, I think it's Teresa of Avila, and it's how to do imaginative prayer. That's the exact opposite of what St. Gregory Palamas says. You do not do imaginative prayer. You don't stimulate and train the mind to imagine these scenarios. Alphonsus Liguori says, train your mind to imagine yourself in various states of damnation and hellfire. Literally. And he says that will stimulate you to fear of God. We don't do that. Exact opposite. So again, Trent, ironically, by the way, this should show you that Uniates, because Trent attends a Uniate church, Uniates do not have the faith. Because if he had the faith, he would know that none of those things constitute the authentic experience of holy elders, holy saints, and holy men and women in the church. Because they all speak in one accord.
Phenomena would not constitute an argument against Catholicism.
Oh, but it does constitute an argument because it is a delusion. In fact, it is a central argument against your church, because once your church adopted its heterodox views in the second millennium, that is when you see the manifestation of these wild, erratic, and crazed things. And that is the number one sign that your church is in delusion. Those kinds of things. So absolutely it is. And those things are replacements for authentic cleansing of the nous. Your church doesn't even have the doctrine of the nous. What are you talking about? If you didn't hear the talk that we did on the Jesuits and the whole Jesuitical system of manipulation, that is something that we would obviously reject as Orthodox. And I think that that itself is also something to be, it's significant enough to make it into the top 10. I mean, if you read Father Malachi Martin's book on the Jesuits, he himself a former Jesuit who is dubious. I don't think he's a trustworthy character, but nor are any of the Jesuits. Right? I mean, he comes out of that school of deception and trickery and psychological warfare.
Wait, is this Jay Dyer or conspiracy theorist Jack Chick?
And so he's a... Really, Trent? Wow. So Trent thought that calling me Jack Chick would be a subtle blow, right? Normie Trent, who, by the way, is a huge promoter of stabs, right? Normie Trent, who has no knowledge of geopolitics and espionage, calls me a conspiracy theorist for talking about Jesuit subversion when his own traditional Catholics who come on the very podcasts in his circles say all the exact same things that I talk about when they're lawyers who write giant texts of 1,000 pages, 800 pages, 1,000 footnotes, documenting Jesuit subversion in their church, Flanders, etc., etc. They talk about this book. When I cite his own church's Jesuits, like Malachi Martin, is this Jack Chick? Good one, dude. Good one. Ooh, did you get your stabby? Ooh. exemplar, himself admitting that this whole institution is nonsensical, as well as undermining it and being part of the problem at Vatican II. Malachi Martin was actually at Vatican II. Funny to me, I mean, interesting. Trent, did you know that all of your pre-Vatican II popes wrote multiple encyclicals about Freemasonry and Freemasons subverting your church? Is that Jack Chick? Is that conspiracy theories? Conspiracy theories? Your own popes wrote about conspiracy theories in multiple encyclicals. How many encyclicals are there condemning Freemasonry from the popes? 10, 12, 13, something like that? Oh, so if conspiracy theories are a minus against the position, then you just refuted your own popes who for centuries condemned Masonic conspiracies. And he was involved with Cardinal Bay as a peritus, and these guys are all a problem.
Father Malachi Martin is a former Jesuit who was dismissed from the clerical state and later became a critic of the Second Vatican Council. He also made many sensational claims not backed by the evidence.
Yeah, that's why I called him a dubious source, but ironically, a Catholic trad source. That's what I said, Trent.
For example, he took a quote from Pope Paul VI about the smoke of Satan entering the church, which was a general reference to the disorder of the 1960s playing havoc with Catholic norms and
Oh, you mean like Vatican II?
traditions, and turned it into some kind of coded reference to a group of Satanists performing secret rituals within the Vatican.
Oh, yeah, no such. That's crazy. You've never heard of such a thing. Satanists in the Vatican? The rituals? What? Oh, you mean like all the trads argue? I mean, so Trent is poo-pooing the notion of Satanists in Rome and the Vatican. Need I cite all of the many dozens of mainstream news articles, books that deal with Satanism in the Vatican? Do I need to cite Father Gabriel Amorth, the Vatican's chief exorcist, talking about Satanism in the Vatican and amongst the clerics in Rome? Are they also crazy jack chick conspiracy theorists? Trent is an idiot. I'm not being mean, but Trent has no knowledge of these topics. I've spent 20 years reading about satanic cults, many books about the relationship between Satanists in the Vatican. From conspiracy sources? No, from journalist sources, from Vatican sources. One book on this is from the journalist William Kennedy, Lucifer's Lodge, Satanic Abuse in the Catholic Church. Now, he wrote that in 2004. That was one of the first early books on this phenomenon. 2004. Notice it shows that I purchased it in 2004, right? And I have the book over on my shelf. Now, you could say, well, he's just a conspiracy theorist. Oh, really? How come the chief exorcist at the Vatican, Father Gabriel Amorth, says the very same thing? But see, Trent is a normie. Trent doesn't know anything about geopolitics. Trent barely knows anything about Catholic theology and history other than his sophomoric level that he got at whatever college he went to. And certainly he doesn't know anything about geopolitics, doesn't know anything about the 60-plus writings of the global social engineers and elites that we've covered in the last several years. But Trent's now going to step into the domain of geopolitics and tell us and laugh, displaying his total normie status, that he has no knowledge of these topics at all. Well, I'll just direct you to the 60 books that we've covered, white papers that we've covered in the last 5 or 6 years, point by point. Something, by the way, no one else has done. No one else has covered Tragedy and Hope, lecturing through the entire book. Who else has gone into these texts to the degree that we have? Do you think Trent has read David Rockefeller? Do you think he's read Carol Quigley? Do you think he's read Ray Kurzweil? Do you think he's read anybody else in this domain? Brzezinski? Trent has no idea what he's talking about. And so he thought it would be a cute, clever jab to his normie audience to laugh about Jack Chick, as if the degree of information that we put out is at the level of Jack Chick. I mean, that's insulting to you as an audience. And I feel bad for the Roman Catholics that believe this, to be this stupid.
The bottom line is that Father Malachi is just not trustworthy, as Dyer
Yeah, but I said that.
himself admits. So
Yeah, but I didn't hinge my whole argument on Malachi Martin. I just used him as a source about Jesuits. That's it. By the way, we did a whole in-depth take on the Jesuits, which doesn't just rely on Malachi Martin, together with Sneck, 3 years ago? So here is our deep dive on Jesuit subversion and nonsense from 2019. It's had quite a few views there. You can go find that linked right there. Jesuits, The Real Truth, J. Dyer and Sneck. Really highly recommend that talk if you want the full thing there. Now, did I rest everything on Malachi Martin? No, absolutely not. How about a scholarly source, Trent, that your own circles utilize? David Wimhoff's book, John Courtney Murray. How about that one? Is that good enough? I mean, I got more. If you want more, I'll give you more. Like I didn't so he just picked one thing, as if I hinged everything on Malachi Martin. I didn't.
I don't see what he's trying to prove by citing him.
So I would say what I'm trying to prove is that Jesuits themselves are deceptive, and one of the most famous traditional Catholics, a former Jesuit, is himself a dubious character who admits all of the stuff that I'm talking about. That's the point, is that Jesuits, ex-Jesuits, trads, they're all dubious. That was the point. The again, the manifestations of bizarre practices, the female quote-unquote saints who are obviously involved in histrionics, and who liken their ecstatic experiences to sexual experiences, which we've shown many cases with Sneck, Ortho Bro Sneck. Go listen to that talk. I'll have that in the description as well, where we covered the Jesuits. He covered this extensively from the traditions in France. I also did a talk with James Kelly many years ago about heart worship and the Sacred Heart superstition, which is Nestorian, right? Splitting up the worship of parts of Christ is specifically condemned at Ephesus as Nestorian.
Nestorianism was a heresy that was condemned in the early church because it essentially split God the Son into two persons. So at this time, there were people who were saying that Mary is not the mother of God. She's not Theotokos. She's Christotokos, the mother of Christ. And in doing this, they kind of split God the Son. So we have God the Son and Jesus Christ being almost two separate persons that are united together. We don't believe that. We believe in the incarnation, there is always only one divine person, God the Son. But in becoming incarnate, the Son assumes a human nature that is joined to his divine nature. So we have one person with a fully human and a fully divine nature. And so I think Dyer's objection, I've heard other people say this and I don't quite get it, the idea that devotion to Christ's Sacred Heart is Nestorianism because we're adoring Jesus's heart as if it were distinct from his divine person.
Yeah, exactly. You don't direct your devotion or worship to parts of the Son of God. And that's specifically condemned in the anathemas of Ephesus. So yeah, it's a very simple argument because Cyril and Ephesus say that all adoration and worship is to the whole Christ and not to the divine nature or the human nature, to the one incarnate Christ, period. That's why it says that. So yes, to adore in distinction something like the heart of Christ, which is a medieval pagan Germanic practice called heart worship, is exactly that, under the condemnation of Ephesus in the anathemas of Ephesus. So it's not just about the two persons. So of course, right, Nestorianism divided, right, the worship of Christ because there were two Christs. There was the Logos, the divine person, and Jesus of Nazareth, the human person in time and space. So there was some sort of union between them, supposedly, but the division is clearly there in terms of the worship according to Nestorius. And so the point is that, no, Cyril at the time of Ephesus is not specifically condemning heart worship because it wasn't a problem in the church. It's a problem that arises in Germanic, Teutonic tribe worship in converted Latin countries. That's a surviving pagan practice that is condemnable in the church because of its division of the adoration. I'm just saying that the principle that is there clearly condemns what Roman Catholics do with this dumb Jesuit invention. So it's a Jesuit technique of supposed enculturation, but it can't be done because it's against the teaching of Ephesus. And here's the principle in Ephesus. If anyone ventures to say that the assumed man must be worshipped and glorified along with the word and bears the title with him as one of the other, always be added with force to understand this, and does not rather honor Emmanuel with one worship and apply one glory to him as the word made flesh, let him be anathema. So to apply the honor and worship and adoration of his heart as if it was some sort of personal thing or some sort of distinct entity is condemned, because it is not explicitly Nestorian. It is a Nestorian principle. We don't worship body parts distinct or apart from or pray to his heart. And by the way, David made a whole video refuting the trads who say that it's not worshiping the heart. Yes, the Pope does say it is worship of the heart, and David has a whole video on that, proving that even the trads are wrong. So he did a whole response to classical theist, which is what I'm looking for here. I can't remember what he titled it. Does somebody remember David's video on heart worship? I can't remember what he titled it, but it's in here somewhere. Here it is. Now, I think he did a couple talks. One that's, I think, even longer than this one. So, but if you want just the overall view here, here's David's video on it. But he also has, he dug up one of the popes explicitly talking about it being literal worship of the heart, right? So here it is. So here's another longer video where David proves what their position is. I think that's it.
But that's not what is happening at all in the devotion of the Sacred Heart. A good resource on that would be Pope Pius XII's encyclical Haritis Aquas, the devotion.
That's probably the one that David's talking about.
To the Sacred Heart, published May 15th, 1956. And I'll read you two excerpts from it to show that devotion to the Sacred Heart is not Nestorianism. So why do we have devotion to the Sacred Heart? Section 22 says that Christ's heart, more than all the other members of his body, is the natural sign and symbol of his boundless love for the human race. There is in the Sacred Heart, as our predecessor of immortal memory, Leo XIII, pointed out, the symbol and express image of the infinite love of Jesus Christ, which moves us to love in return. So devotion to the Sacred Heart is not some kind of superstition or devotion to the heart merely as a biological organ. The heart is what is instrumental for God the Son to have a human life. And of course, when we look in Scripture, we see that according to the biblical authors, the heart was the inner essence of a person. Talks about thinking in your heart, for example, and even anatomy.
Yeah, but that's the doctrine of the nous. That's not talking about worshiping Jesus's physical heart. And by the way, if you want the full old interview from 2013, where we got into the pagan origins of heart worship, I think it's this. Zombie Mass and the Frankish Thesis. I will put that below for you guys right there. That's relevant because that we go into the academic sources tracing the idea of Latin heart worship into Germanic pagan tribes. I'm pretty sure it's that talk, but I mean this was almost 10 years ago, so I'm going from memory on this interview here. But I go into Charlemagne. We go into the Frankish Thesis. way long, like 10 years ago in this old interview. So check that out there. But again, notice that all of what he's talking about doesn't even matter, because we're already told in Ephesus that we're only allowed and we're only supposed to do one adoration to the whole Christ. You see this? One worship, one glory, one adoration to the one Christ made flesh. And so it just literally makes absolutely no sense to pray to and worship the physical organ of Christ's heart. And that is what they're saying to do. And David proves that in his video, because some of the trads try to say, oh, it's not the physical heart, it's a symbol. No, the encyclical, the papal document on it says it is the worship of the physical heart. So Trent, I think, is more correct than the trads on this point. And again, why would we even do this? It doesn't make any sense, right? We're not, I mean, the heart of Christ is are we going to worship Jesus' toenails too? I mean, it's just silly, right? And that's why Ephesus says it's a dumb pagan practice. It's a Germanic Teutonic heart worship practice. They used to do this in Germanic pagan countries. They would cut out the heart as part of their pagan practices, and they would bury body parts because they thought it had magical powers. And so Jesuits thought they could capitalize on this in this sort of latent pagan practice as part of a counter-Reformation apologetic. So Sacred Heart was pushed by Jesuits as a kind of enculturation technique. And we document that in the old Zombie Mass interview, and we document that in the interview that we did with Snack on the history of the Jesuits, right? Jesuits were classic in promoting these kinds of pagan things as, quote, enculturation, but we can't do enculturation that goes against the teaching of Ephesus, right? If St. Cyril and the Council of Ephesus says that it's a pretty strict rule that we give to the one incarnate Christ, one worship to the whole Christ, then we can't divide up the adoration and worship of Christ to body parts. It's not that difficult. And it's just a stupid idea anyway. Why would we pray to his heart? It doesn't make it. His heart is not personal, right? The divine personal logos is personal. And so when we direct our prayer and our adoration to him, it's to the whole Christ, right? Are we going to pray to Jesus' toenails? Are we going to pray to his left foot? I mean, it's just silly, right? And Trent is wrong when he says that, well, the heart is just the seat of the emotions. No, the heart is the nous in Orthodox theology. So I don't know what he's talking about, calling the heart just a place for emotions. That's not what the heart is. But Roman Catholics, of course, don't have the doctrine of the nous.
Biology thought that the heart served the role that we now understand the brain to play. So it's not superstitious devotion to an organ. It's a way of showing...
No, but it is. That's the point. That's why we don't do it, is because it's superstitious. And you can redefine it as meaning all these spiritual things, but we don't need that, right? I mean, we have, again, the teaching of Ephesus. I highly recommend. I'm not a fan of John McGuckin as a person, but his book, St. Cyril of Alexandria and the Christological Controversy, is a great introduction to this topic, particularly just in terms of theology.
Our devotion to Jesus Christ, who truly became man because of his ever-abundant love for us. Let me read you paragraphs 85 and 80.
One thing I would add, too, is that as we covered in that interview with Snack back in 2019, a lot of times these devotions that kind of creep in to Roman Catholic Latin circles in different centuries, it has to do with a reaction against some other extreme. So, for example, if you have an extreme of scholasticism, what eventually will come about is the overreaction of an extreme of emotionalism, histrionics, and pietism. And you'll kind of see this pendulum swinging back and forth in different Latin post-Tridentine Roman Catholic countries, especially in the Counter-Reformation. You'll see Jesuits really capitalizing on any kind of thing that they think will be successful in counteracting Protestantism. So that's what we covered in the Snack stream on Jesuit history. I highly recommend that. And that will actually address a lot of the things that Trent's talking about, and shows that it's a problem in the entire ethos. It's a problem in the entire anthropology of the Latin Church, that they had lost the doctrine of the nous. They had lost the doctrine of uncreated grace. They had lost so many things in those post-schism centuries, which led to these bizarre developments.
6 of Pius's encyclical. Though it is no longer subject to the varying emotions of this mortal life, yet it lives and beats and is united inseparably with the person of the divine words. It's not necessarily...
Yeah, but the contention was never that you explicitly affirm Nestorianism, Trent. The contention was that the practice of the devotion itself is condemned by Ephesus and lends to the principle of Nestorianism. So I know that you're going to say that, well, we're not Nestorians, we're Roman Catholics and we reject Nestorius. Yeah, I know that, but that's not the point. The point is that it's a contradiction and it goes against the praxis that Ephesus lays down.
Nestorianism. We have one person, the divine word, fully human and fully divine nature, and in him and through him with the divine will. So we are not creating some kind of corporal Christ that is adored apart from the divine word. We recognize that the heart of Jesus is the symbol of God the Son, the divine word.
Yeah, but in the papal documents, it does not say that you're just worshiping a symbol. It actually talks about the physical organ itself. So they will oftentimes retreat and do kind of a two-step back and forth to explain this goofy doctrine. But as David shows in his video, no, it actually does say it. It's the worship of the physical heart.
Coming man, assuming a human nature, and of course having a human heart that beat, that stopped beating when he died on the cross, and then continued to beat at his resurrection, and continues to beat this very day as he reigns in heaven.
So all these manifestations that we see, even to the point of stuff that may or may not have been accepted, like flagellants and whipping oneself and all this stuff, these are manifestations of faulty, bogus theology, the mortification of the flesh. St. Gregory Palamas actually castigates Barlaam, the representative of Roman Catholicism, for teaching mortification. We don't mortify the flesh. We believe the flesh will be deified. So we don't think the body is evil. And I think that in Roman Catholicism, you have the tendency to those things. And so these bizarre practices are just manifestations of prelest.
I think many Catholics today would be critical of some medieval mortification practices.
Yeah, but that's the point, right? That they were Latin manifestations of faulty theology. And that was my whole argument there.
When it's done right, in a spirit of denial, not in a spirit of thinking the flesh is evil, mortification leads us closer to God. The more you can say no to the flesh, the easier it is to say no to the devil. Eastern Christians like Dyer would agree, which is why you have the wonderful writings of Eastern ascetics, the desert monks.
Yeah, but what I went into in that argument, that video, was about how this was bound up with faulty notions of temporal debt payment and indulgences. So the idea of asceticism is replaced with a kind of transactional thing where you pay God off in various ways through self-flagellation and self-bodily harm and these kinds of things. So that was what I was actually critiquing. I wasn't critiquing asceticism itself, which is fundamental to Christianity, right? Fundamental to orthodoxy. Fasting, almsgiving, all these different forms of sacrifice are fine. But of course, there's a different reason that we do these things in orthodoxy than what you have as the basis and reason for them in the Roman Catholic Church. And I can speak from experience, being in both of those groups, that the attitude of the Roman Catholic for penance and so forth is very different from the attitude of doing these things in the Orthodox world for the purpose of overcoming the passions. I mean, the Roman Catholic world basically has gotten rid of asceticism, fasting, and all this stuff. They don't even do it anymore. So what better example of the fact that they don't have the same praxis for why and what reason you're doing these things than what we do?
The Desert Fathers, but distorted practices in either the West or the East don't refute the larger church they came out of.
Well, it does if the larger church has faulty theology, and that was what my argument was. The manifestations of misunderstandings of mortification based on mistakes in the Vulgate, for example, mortify the flesh, they took to mean punish the body because the body is the problem. And that's really a Neoplatonic problem, a Neoplatonic doctrine, that the problem with man is his flesh body, right? This goes all the way back to Origen. It's an Origenist error. It's a Gnostic error. And so it manifests itself in different ways, especially in the Middle Ages. And we actually covered that in depth when we lectured through Malcolm Lambert's, 500 or 600 page historical treatise, Medieval Heresies, right? Malcolm Lambert, Anglican scholar who went really deep into all of the different heterodox medieval movements in the Latin West and talked about pretty extensively how they were connected to the theological aberrations as well. Even though he's a historian, he could connect the dots between aberrations in both the Gnostic sects and within the Latin institutional church as a result of faulty theology. And faulty theology is going to lead to faulty praxis by definition. The next thing I would say is the Vatican Bank. The Vatican Bank has a history of centuries of money laundering, scams, trickery, and I don't think anybody can honestly believe that Jesus intended to set Peter up with a giant global bank by which he could be involved in mafia money laundering, right? And we know that the global elite, the top families in the world, are part and parcel to running the Vatican Bank. This is an easily verifiable fact. And those evil families are essentially closely knit for centuries with this Vatican Bank institution. And there's nothing like that in the New Testament. There's nothing like that in the first millennium of the church. Giant global banking houses involved in usury. Give me a break. The Vatican used to forbid usury. And after the Renaissance Hermeticist period of the Vatican, they actually affirmed the usage of usury. So you can actually blame the Vatican for the rise of usury in the Western world. But the Roman Catholics and the trads don't like to talk about that, because in the trad mindset, the problems of the church are post-Vatican II. They don't actually go back to the Renaissance, even though you can demonstrate that these problems go back to the Renaissance in books like Occult Renaissance Church of Rome.
Careful, Jay. This criticism would undermine any sufficiently large church. For example...
Really? Does every church advocate for international usury? I mean, I was pretty specific in my critique. I didn't specify that having bank accounts was bad. I specified that the Vatican Bank and international usury as something that the papacy reversed its position on was the problem.
Back in the mid-2000s, the Orthodox Church of America was involved in a financial scandal.
Yeah, so this is whataboutisms, right? What about your church? What about this problem? Well, I don't disagree that there are corrupt prelates anywhere and everywhere. But my argument wasn't just that there are corrupt prelates. My argument was that the Vatican itself has interlaced and interlinked itself to international global finance and money laundering via the institution of the Vatican Bank itself, which it says it calls the, what do they call it, the Institute for Charitable Works or something like that, aka Vatican Bank, right? Which has been documented in many, many, many scandals to be tied to organized crime, money laundering, Operation Gladio. Again, a great book here by Paul Williams on the history of Vatican connections to P2 Lodge and Operation Gladio, false flags, and so forth. I think Wim Hof covers it too, if I recall. Doesn't he get into this also? Now, that's just a couple books. I could go further. I've got a whole shelf over there as well about, you could look up God's Banker, about Roberto Calvi. You could look up, I can barely see that other one. What's that other book? There's another one written by a guy on the whole history of the Vatican Bank scandal. Marcinkus, about Bishop Marcinkus. I'm going blank on that book, but anyway, this is well-known scandals of the 20th century, right? If you look up God's Banker, you'll find the other one. I just can barely see it from over here. It's something like, In God's Name. That's it. David Yallop, In God's Name. I think there's another one by Rupert Cornwell as well. I can't see it either, but again, so the point here is not, well, you have bad morals and so your church is false. No, I think that the Vatican Bank is on a whole other level of international scandal, connected to, again, organized crime, connected to the PEDO circles that have been out there that Trent laughed at and called a conspiracy theory earlier when I was talking about Jesuit scams and scandals. You call me Jack Chick. Okay, so you're telling me that the last 20 years of journalists, researchers, public court cases, what was it, Philadelphia, 400 convicted priests, PEDO priests in one diocese alone? Oh, is that all Jack Chick conspiracy theories too, Trent? Or is that just mainstream news? What's the liberal media? Oh, really? The liberal media, right? The liberal media making up, right, tens of thousands of these cases. Come on now. Who believes this? Again, just look at the actions of Francis, right? I mean, Francis, again, his advisor is this famous Marxist, one of his top guys that we covered in the James Lindsay interview. All right, James Lindsay made a big point to stress the bishop, who's a liberation theologian, I just can't remember this guy's name, BFF with Klaus, advisor to Klaus, and then advisor BFF to Francis. Okay, open Marxist liberation theologian. I mean, come on. Do you really think this is hard to believe? The Vatican is allied with the Rothschilds in promoting what they call inclusive capitalism. Public, huge stuff. I did a whole live stream on it a year ago. So what is he talking about? I mean, again, I'm not trying to be mean here, but he doesn't know anything about geopolitics at all. All right, and it's a topic that we've covered in depth for years. We've lectured through about 60 now writings of the elite, including their white papers. I don't think Trent's read even one of those. So he's not in a position actually at all to comment on international finance, the Bank for International Settlements, the Vatican Bank, and organized crime.
Here's what the Chicago Tribune wrote in 2006. Allegations of financial misconduct are rocking the Orthodox Church in America, whose former treasurer says top officials misappropriated millions of dollars in donations.
Yeah, by the way, I wouldn't have any problem joining with Trent in critiquing the OCA and corrupt bishops. So, good one. I actually agree. Thank you for showing me that. I didn't actually know about that. I mean, I heard about corruption in the OCA and financial scandals, but I didn't know about this.
Agribusiness titan Dwayne Andreas, U.S. military chaplains, and ordinary parishioners across the country. The highest officers of the 400,000 member denomination, an offshoot of the Russian Orthodox Church, are accused of using the money to cover personal credit card bills, pay sexual blackmail, support family members, and make up shortfalls in church accounts. So this is not a Catholic problem. It's a problem that's going to arise whenever you have...
Yeah, but the argument was that it's a problem in regard to the Vatican changing its position on usury, Trent. That was the argument. He just, this is like the 10th time he's done this where he ignores what my argument was and just says, yeah, but what about your church? Yeah, I agree with you that OCA bishops can be scoundrels and are corrupt. Not all of them, but there's public news articles about some of them being corrupt. Okay. But we're talking about a scale and a length of time and a change of positions unheard of. Right? Vatican Bank money laundering, Vatican Bank embezzlement, $400 million fraud case, Vatican's cardinal, on and on. I mean, you could write a whole book on Vatican bank scandals. And I wonder who the official bankers are of the Vatican going back to the 1700s. I wonder. Maybe look that up. I wonder if that could give us any clues maybe to something. But the point was that there was a change of position on usury. I mean, did Trent at all address that argument? But remember, Trent said earlier that morals can change. He says our understanding of who a heretic is has changed. Francis's understanding of the death penalty has changed. Well, I guess if the morals can change, then there's nothing wrong with usury now. But the reason I did that is because in Metropolitan Seraphim of Piraeus' famous letter to Francis, he makes a excellent point about how the Vatican's entanglement with worldly affairs is part and parcel of the Vatican Bank and its scandals. They go together. And so the point is not, can a church have a bank account or does a bishop have a bank account and are there corrupt bishops and churches? The point is that the degree of entanglement in worldly affairs corresponds to the medieval acceptance of the Pope as a head of state. What I argued 2 hours ago in this talk when we looked at Dictatus Papae. What did Dictatus Papae say? Remember? That I already exited out. But remember, it said that the Pope is above all the state rulers, and if you don't submit to the Pope as head of state rulers, you're damned. Now, does that not lead to the idea that there needs to be an international papal Vatican state bank? Well, of course. That was the point. That was the argument. The argument wasn't, you have corrupt people and we don't, right? But how many times has he fallen back on this whataboutisms, right? What about your church? What about these bad guys? Yeah, I agree with that. But my church isn't built on one dude. Yours is.
Human beings and money, and the group grows large enough. Or even if it's small. I mean, Jesus had financial scandal among the apostles since they carried a common money bag.
Yeah, but the ancient teaching of the church was to forbid usury, especially like in the first 1,000 years. And there's even Roman Catholic saints, right, that you guys revere, talking against usury right around the time of the first millennium. There's a whole book on this, Usury in Christendom and the papal change of position. So notice this is about the 10th time where Trent just hasn't even addressed what the actual argument was. He deflects it off into something that isn't the argument.
And John 12:6 tells us that Judas would steal from it. I'm also not going to address his points on usury.
Yeah, I'm not going to. So this is about the 5th time that he says, quote, I'm not going to address those points. Yeah, because that's the argument, and that's what you can't address.
Because Jay is just asserting that usury is wrong without defining his terms.
No. How about I just go to the trad Catholics who have written books about how the papacy changed its position on usury, aka usury in Christendom? How about that? How about the fact that Lofton, when he had the author of that book on, later deleted that interview because it was so scandalous to him and his channel? Did you know that? What about that, Trent?
And the Catholic Church would agree charging interest in a way that exploits the poor is wrong, but fair lending isn't used.
Yeah, whatever.
Wrong
Okay,
about
Trent.
the language
Yeah,
of
sure.
debt not being used in the first millennium.
Just baloney. So that whole payment debt legal system is just complete nonsense. Here we go to
Completely
indulgences.
foreign to the mindset of all the early fathers. They don't teach this. They don't operate this way. It's an innovation that evolves over time.
But I guess that's okay. Remember, Trent said a couple times now that there is doctrinal evolution. Morals do evolve. So I guess it's going to be okay with him now.
And then when we get Anselm with the idea of God paying off God in this debt exchange, this leads to the Reformers and their penal substitution theory, which leads to, as we said, Arianism or Nestorianism or some anti-Trinitarianism to be consistent.
The Catholic Church has not dogmatically defined the nature of Christ's atonement. Paragraphs.
Yeah, my argument was that the Latin view, a la Anselm, led to certain deformations in the Reformation, and so the errors are there. So it may be the case that the papacy hasn't given some explicit definition of all of the nuances of what's going on in the atonement, but that's really irrelevant to my critique of one of the doctors of their church. So while that's true, there's not specificity in every area of the atonement. I was being very precise in critiquing Anselm's theory of the atonement.
603 of the Catechism says Jesus did not suffer punishment for sin on the cross in our place. So that would rule out Protestant penal substitution models of the atonement.
That's correct. But what I said was that the attitude of paying God off, and this is not even controversial in scholarship amongst Protestants, amongst Catholics, and amongst Orthodox, to point out that Anselm was a crucial predecessor to the Protestant doctrine of penal substitution. So I'm not saying that Catholics teach penal substitution. In fact, many years ago, a Roman Catholic took a bunch of my arguments and wrote a whole blog post against Protestantism on this very point. And so I recognize that. But again, my point was that the error that's in Anselm, and Anselm does have Trinitarian and Christological errors. In fact, in Cur Deus Homo, he makes monothelite statements. And not only that, his whole idea that atonement theory based on paying off one hypostasis paying off the other hypostasis is itself ridiculous and leads to the Protestant doctrine. So I didn't say that Roman Catholics teach that. I said that Anselm prepared the way for that.
But it still leaves the door open to understanding precisely how Christ's death atones for sin. One way you could define it broadly so that Catholics or Orthodox could accept it would be to say that Christ changed and elevated human nature so that by becoming man and dying, his human life became a source of value so good that it outweighed all the harm caused by our sins and undoes the curse associated with our sins. Admittedly, that's broad, and we could go into finer.
Well, it's odd to me that there would even be a need for speculation on this, because we have really clear statements in St. John of Damascus as to the significance of Christ's death. And so I'm not sure what to say about Trent's comment there. But if you read Book 3 of On the Orthodox Faith, in the last several chapters there about what happened at Christ's death, I mean, St. John of Damascus is pretty clear. It's not... I mean, yeah, there's an element of mystery here for sure, but I mean, exactly what the meaning of the death was and the significance was for us is pretty clearly stated there, right? And so Christ's death is the separation of his, human soul from his human body, and as the divine person of the Logos, being the person to that human soul, descended into Hades, he there overturned the power of death and destruction, and transferred that power to himself in our nature and overcame death in the resurrection. So that's literally what the atonement means. There is an element of, quote, punishment in the sense that John Damascus says that you can speak of Christ, quote, becoming a punishment or becoming a sacrifice by appropriation. In other words, that he wasn't actually damned or punished, but it became as if he was one cursed or as if one punished. But there certainly is no rejection of one hypostasis to the other hypostasis. Right? The Father is not rejecting the Son. That's preposterous and impossible in any coherent Orthodox Trinitarian theology. So, but I think my critique was very clear that not that Roman Catholic theology itself teaches Protestantism, but that the ideas of debt exchange in Anselm prepared the way for the Protestant penal substitution doctrine.
Detail about talking about Christ's death becoming a sacrifice that pays a debtor, or the recapitulation of human life that heals humanity, which is more common in Eastern Orthodoxy.
Correct.
But either way...
Actually, that's the only correct doctrine. I mean, recapitulation is not just something common. It is the doctrine of the Orthodox Church. You do have to believe that, because it's not just in Irenaeus or St. Maximus. It's actually affirmed in the Seventh Council in a few places, and it's also affirmed I think you could argue in the Palamite synods. It's implied there as well. I mean, really, Christology itself requires recapitulation, because if you don't think Christ recapitulated human nature, you would be forced to say that he assumed just a single human body, right? And a lot of Roman Catholic theology tends in that direction because they've lost the notion of recapitulation. So that universal scope of the incarnation, which St. Maximus is so fundamental in teaching, is not in the West. It's lost in Western theology, at least by the Middle Ages. That does not mean everybody's saved, by the way, right? So that's the mistake of David Bentley Hart by thinking that recapitulation means everybody's saved. No, it means that human nature is restored, but how each individual hypostasis utilizes that nature will determine their experience of the eschaton, and so that's how not everybody's saved.
View of the atonement that is defined by the Church is abundantly
I mean, to have a general resurrection requires recapitulation, right? There's no other way around it. There's no. Why are the wicked resurrected if they have no part in Christ? Well, they do have part in Christ, but it's the part that is their nature resurrected in Christ. Does not mean that each individual hypostasis of every wicked person is saved. That is not the case. That's the mistake the Universalists make, to not distinguish nature and person in humans.
By Scripture. Christ died for our sins and paid a ransom for many or all, depending on which verse you look at. And what is not defined is left up to theologians to address. And that's something that Catholics and Eastern Orthodox theologians can collaborate on when they seek to explain this mystery.
Yeah, but we're not going to be able to collaborate on that with all of these post-Vatican II, post-Tridentine, post-First Thousand Year innovations, especially after the Fourth Lateran Council accepts Lombard's doctrine of simplicity. Especially after your church has accepted created grace and created righteousness and created justice. So we're never going to be able to collaborate when you've accepted all those stupid ideas.
Faith.
The next point I would make is that the Roman Catholic Church has lost its liturgical heritage, and this is the kind of one of the key signs that the Roman Catholic Church is not.
Now, I don't know where Trent's going to go with this, but I want you to keep in mind that the top pop apologists out there do not attend the Novus Ordo. Trent, Matt Fradd, I'm told. People say this. So this is apparently what is out there. So if one of these people attends the Novus Ordo, this is not a basis to expose me. But supposedly, Trent, Fradd, Lofton, Scott Hahn, and whoever else you want to throw in that gaggle, they attend the Latin Mass or Eastern Rite Uniate services. So keep in mind that these top pop apologists themselves don't even attend the goofy Protestant constructed Novus Ordo Missae.
True church insofar as it has almost...
By the way, remember in the last talk when Trent said that if I use the transcendental argument, I'm a Protestant because I used an argument a Protestant used? Really? That's called the genetic fallacy. And by the way, if we are going to avoid things that Protestants use because it's somehow inherently tainted, then your whole mass is tainted because Protestants drew up your Novus Ordo Missae.
Globally, Yes, there are some reverent Latin masses here and there. I understand that. But for the most part, the just aberrations and blasphemies and absurdities, everything from priests bringing the hosts in with drones, priests riding clown cars. Yeah, does he not know, by the way? Because I don't know where he's going to go with this, but I want to remind everybody about Francis's clown mass. You guys remember this, right? Francis does the clown mass. Excuse me, the puppet mass. Francis did puppet mass and tango mass. So let's not forget this, that the Pope himself, well, he wasn't the Pope yet. Like that matters. All that shows is that he was unorthodox before he was the Pope. Right? I literally had a trad trying to say that it doesn't count because he wasn't Pope yet. I mean, really? Now, I've got it on my Twitter, but it looks like it's not going to come up. Oh, here it is. So here's the tango mass. Puppet mass. Here's the puppet mass. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. Oh, look at Pinocchio. Oh, look at Clown Church. Clown Church. Look at Francis's puppet mass. Look at this. What is that? The Easter Bunny? Oh, it is clown too. There's clowns there, so it is a clown mass. Uh-oh, it counts as a trad. It counts as a clown mass trad. There's a clown. So, and then he did a tango mass. So it's not just that. You can also do tango at mass. This is tango mass. Very reverent. Very reverent boomers up there doing the tango. Good job. Right. So let's keep this in mind that the head of his group has literally performed puppet clown masses and tango masses. Keep that in mind as he tells us about the Novus Ordo and reverence. Circuses in the church, techno mass, using cookies, using pizza, using water, using beer, using Coca-Cola in communion. This is all stuff that is very prevalent in the Novus Ordo. So I'm not just picking like two weird instances. I mean, trad sites for 20 years have been documenting these insanities and scandals and blasphemies of clown masses, Dorito masses, all this stuff for 20 years. So go to all the trad sites and scroll through their backlogs if you doubt me on all this. Just endless examples of this nonsense. Masses, puppet masses. Bergoglio himself, the Pope himself, presided over puppet masses. This is absurd. This is clown church. And so this is a sign to everybody that they have not only lost the faith, they've lost any sense of reverence whatsoever. And these abuses are not specific to some area. They're globally abuses in the Roman Catholic Communion because Vatican II is a giant innovation. It's a light years leap in innovation, way beyond any of the innovations before. So yes, in the Orthodox perspective, the Vatican has, in many instances in the last millennium, innovated in a big way. But Vatican II is a lightning years leap. And then when you get things like Assisi 1 and Assisi 2, these giant interreligious prayer gatherings, which are other instances of apostasy according to Mortalium Animos. Now you get Pachamama, which is the next level, the next layer of that.
This is so overblown. I mean,
oh, really? Overblown? I mean, what church is Trent a part of? I mean, can anybody in the Catholic world actually tell me that clown masses and puppet masses and hip-hop masses and techno masses, I mean, I've seen hip-hop masses in person. Overblown?
The abuses of the Vatican II liturgical reforms are overblown in Trent's mind?
I've been to cringy masses, but I've never personally seen a clown mass.
So? That's because you attend a Uniate service, Trent. Why would you? Because you're attending a pseudo-Orthodox church, Trent. No wonder you didn't see a clown mass, because you're attending the church that LARPs as us.
I mean, you have oddball stuff that shows up on YouTube.
No, it's not oddball stuff. And who in the Roman Catholic world actually thinks that this is just a fringe oddball problem? If it's an oddball problem, how come none of you pop apologists attend the Novus Ordo, Trent? You're lying. You're dishonest. All of you pop apologists are dishonest. To spin this as some fringe thing? Give me a freaking break.
The vast majority of masses that I've been to, they're adequate in their presentation of the liturgy, and they have valid sacraments. The fact is, the vast majority of masses and divine liturgy...
So just present the Catholic position that they're still valid as an argument.
Throughout all of church history, they're done in humble rural churches or even personal homes.
Yeah, how does this address the problem of scandal and sacrilege? Okay, I wasn't saying that the problem is that they're not elaborate and beautiful and, you know, some sort of like Renaissance cathedral or something like that. Was that my objection? My objection was the unbelievable widespread abominations and abuse in the Novus Ordo, which he knows good and well is everywhere in the Roman Catholic world, and not some fringe untold thing that every now and then pops up on the internet. What a liar.
They lacked the grandeur we see in high masses or solemn divine liturgies. But as long as
everybody keep in mind, this was prior to Francis putting further restrictions on the Latin Mass. So remember, I'm vindicated even more by the fact that Francis, several months after this stream, put further restrictions against the traditional Mass. And Trent and his cohorts don't attend the Novus Ordo. They don't even go to the thing that their higher-ups say is the normative thing for most of the church.
Were carried out in the proper spirit, and the rules of the time were followed, they would be valid and even beautiful in their simplicity. Do I agree that a large number of parishes in America and Europe are kind of in a liturgical winter and they need a renewal?
Oh, so notice this spin, which, first of all, he said that this is not widespread. But now a large number of them are in a winter. So wait a minute, is it widespread, or what do you, this is all spin. I mean, did he go to some school where they just teach you car salesmanship to spin everything into some better way to word it? Oh, let's use this. It's just PR, dude. He's selling you a bunch of PR spin, trend spin.
Sure. Do I think that means they do not represent Christ's church? Of course not.
Well, I thought that the aberrations and the problems were not widespread, but now they're widespread, but he's rebranded it as winter.
Christ himself, to whom I pray to bring about renewal in the church, and more importantly, renewal in myself when I attend the liturgy.
So he just went to some personal piety, right? The problem isn't the church. The problem is in me and in you, brothers. And if we would just be more pious, and if we would have personal renewal, then the problems would fix themselves. It's not the bishop's fault. It's not Francis and his cohort of demonic goons. It's your fault. It's just following through in the logic, the dark logic of being more and more consistent with itself in terms of its innovations and apostasy. Ninth, I would say that the, and by the way, the Orthodox Church does not lose its reverence. Even, quote, liberal Greek churches in Orthodoxy still have reverent worship. So we still at least preserve, there's no clown masses in Orthodoxy. So we, one of the clear ways that we know that we are the true church is that we still preserve the reverent, holy, beautiful liturgical worship of God. And the Roman Catholic Church has abandoned this. And it's not just abandoned this in certain sections, it's abandoned it from the top down. Why would you want to attend this church? Clown church. Clown church. Remember, this doesn't really exist. It's just a fringe thing. I mean, even though you can Google it and find like countless examples of it. What in the world? He's sitting on gold tinfoil? I mean, look at the Novus Ordo, dude. Imagine going to this. Imagine spending your life defending this. Well, that's just one example. It's just what, really? Google clown masses. It's just a thing that pops up on YouTube. Really? I don't know why that website doesn't work. Is it just an innovation, a random innovation? When that's already the one I just chose. When Francis does it, is that how come there's a giant select section of the Roman Catholic world, the trads, who are saying what I say? I mean, does Trent not realize that like a giant portion of his own church can recognize these problems, but it requires him to spin it for us as not that big of a deal and overblown? Really? There's a bishop riding his bicycle into the liturgy. Priest riding a hoverboard into the church. It's overblown. This doesn't even really exist. Not a big deal. What's he doing? Singing Frank Sinatra? They call it a hoverboard. That's. I wish it was a hoverboard. That's a Segway, dude. That's like 5 times less cool than a freaking hoverboard. Priest riding a hoverboard. That would actually be awesome. I would go back to the Roman Catholic Church if a priest rode a hoverboard. I'd be kind of blown away, dude. Doesn't exist. Just a fringe thing, dude. Doesn't exist. It's just a thing that pops up on YouTube, dude. Honk, honk. Honk, hallelujah. Honk, honk, hallelujah. Anyway, there's no shortage of these. And I went to so back in about 2005, I went to a town, maybe 45 minutes from me. And they did a hip hop mass. So
okay, today is June 1st. Please say your...
I don't know what he's talking about. This doesn't look at this stuff.
Morning and welcome to St. Patrick's.
Novus Ordo cringe compilation.
Okay. Since Laura is on vacation, I'll be reading the land acknowledgement.
This is where they did like prayers to the land.
That we live and work on the ancestral lands of the Coast Salish people. We acknowledge
indigenous peoples.
Islamic prayers being chanted up at the altar with...
Freedom of speech, dear.
First reading that everybody who does acts with integrity and justice is welcomed on the mountain of the Lord. That's the first reading this evening.
What about testing the Spirit? Those who deny the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus. How dare you?
So he allows pagans into their Novus Ordo service. I guess that was the Muslim guy chanting, and then the parishioners confronted him. That dude doesn't care about you. You're wasting your time trying to confront some stupid Novus Ordo priest. That dude doesn't know anything about Christianity.
You're a heretic.
They don't care. He doesn't care about you.
You're a heretic. You're a heretic.
So remember, this is overblown, right? So here's the priest. I guess they're doing what? Like they're going to consecrate Doritos here. Oh, he gave them. He's passing around communion at the Mountain Dew Dorito table. Yeah, exactly. Remember this. This is exaggerated though. It's not really a problem. So this is some pseudo nun here. And by the way, well, I can't say that. I'll get booted off of here, but you can guess what all the Novus Ordo nuns are. By the way, has Trent forgotten, or does he not know that the Novus Ordo has, in large part, accepted charismaticism? So they do all this charismatic gibberish and nonsense, which is all a manifestation of delusion. And here she is, the so-called nun, up here doing her charismatic worship gibberish. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's the women up there at the altar, so-called. Look at this image here. So here are the Skittles nuns, so-called, up here, receiving this new nun, doing something at the altar. I don't know what they're doing. Probably trying to pretend they're priests. And notice the Novus Ordo priest just standing here, allowing this to go on. And look at their Protestant fake altar. And these poor people, look at the altar behind them. The real altar that they used to use, which represents, which is blank, that they're all turning their backs on, the traditional altar. What a sad, sad state that these people are in. But remember, Trent said, oh, this is just outlandish exaggeration, not a real problem. Okay, we had enough of the Skittles nuns here. We don't need any more of this. What in the world is... Boomer Novus Ordo! Boomer Novus Ordo! It's not a real problem, it's just exaggerated. Not a real problem. La 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 la. Let's look at a couple more of these.
Why doesn't every home
of these non-existent exaggerated problems? These problems that aren't really way overblown, dude. Really, Trent? How many Novus Ordo churches have you been to? Oh, that's right. You don't go to the Novus Ordo. Exactly. Praise and worship like the evangelicals. Yeah. Good job, boomers. Yes. Oh my gosh, dude. Yeah. That's what I want in church, right? Grandma up there dancing liturgical dance in her nightgown. What in the world? Remember, it's not a it's an exaggerated thing. Here, this is Trent's liturgical winter. Okay, this is not scandal, sacrilege, apostasy, some other religion. This is a liturgical winter in Trent spin. By the way, these abuses are not the fringe. This crazy crap is the norm in the Novus Ordo, hence why none of these grifter clown pop apologists go to the Novus Ordo. And yes, I would say that that is a heretic if he's participating in these services. What in the world? What is this? They got a dang new age flute boomer there to play the Dude, I don't even know what this is. This looks like some kind of weird mystery religion. What is this? Yeah, fringe thing. Notice all the what it looks like a bunch of cardinals down there, right? Cardinals or bishops. Oh, it's just a fringe thing. You know, this is puppet mass. Yay, puppet mass. Just a fringe thing. It's not that many of them. Anyway, this goes on. You can find this stuff for hours on end. So remember, oh, it's just a fringe thing, even though it's hours and hours of this footage of this stuff. It's just a liturgical winter, dude. Just a liturgical winter.
Read Auctorem Fide, which is a condemnation of the Jansenists. Auctorem Fide actually says that it is a condemned proposition to believe that the Holy See, the Roman See, can give bad and defective rights to the church as a whole.
I agree the Eastern Church has maintained a beautiful liturgy. That's one reason I attend a Byzantine Catholic
exactly.
church.
And not the Novus Ordo, right? So all the stuff, the guy that we're supposed to follow, Francis, who gives us unity, gives us clarity, moral guidance, blah, 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 is foisting upon the world the restrictions on the traditional Latin Mass. Where's the restrictions from Francis on the clown masses, by the way? Like, what? So he's not going against clown masses. Shouldn't he be like calling this out every day? All these abuses? What does Francis do? Oh, he restricts the Latin Mass. Exactly. And yet you trads, you idiot trads, will die for the man who hates you. You will die for the revolutionary at the head of your church against your religion. It's crazy. It's crazy.
But don't act like there isn't a liberal problem in Eastern Orthodoxy.
Did we ever say
when
that?
a religion stays small.
Did I say that? No. The problem is that the Novus Ordo comes from the top down, Trent. That was the argument. My argument was not, you have liberal churches, you got liberals and we don't. Nobody ever made that argument. And every Roman Catholic apologist deflects to the what about argument. They will not address the actual argument, which is against their system. And they only reply with, well, you got problems in your church. Yeah, but we never said we didn't. And I've had these liberal people in the Orthodox Church come after me, try to get me excommunicated, do all kinds of nasty things. So believe me, I'm very aware of evil forces within the world of Orthodoxy, so-called. I know it better than you do, Trent. But wait a minute. What did Francis do after all of this stuff? After Trent, December 18th, 2021. So notice all of his spin and cope in July of 2021. Francis, the great Orthodox apologist, helps us out once again and places further restrictions on the Latin Mass to ensure the promotion of Vatican II and its Novus Ordo Missae drawn up by Protestants.
It's easy to maintain doctrinal purity. But studies have shown that as Orthodox parishes get larger, the attendance at the Divine Liturgy drops to levels comparable.
Studies have shown that attendance at Orthodox liturgies drops. Yeah, whatever, dude. Come on, let's look at Roman Catholic attendance. Ooh, steep decline. Exactly. Uh-oh. What do you know? Weekly church attendance has declined amongst Catholics. Look at this. 1955, 75%. And I wonder what's going to happen at this. Look at what do you see? See this right here? Vatican II, 1965, 66. This is the Vatican II period. So in 1955, 75%. 75% of Catholics attend. Wow, that's crazy. 1965, remember, this is who's guiding us into the moral oblivion, the office that gives us certitude, unity, preservation of the faith. What did they do in 1965, 66 with the new Mass and the Novus Ordo and Vatican II and the new rites and all the sacraments? Oh, look at that. 75% down to above, right below 40%. 75% to 39% from the 50s to now. Catholic Church attendance. Trent, are you sure you want to start going to statistics? Really, dude? You sure about that? Because it looks to me, just looking at the stats, that Vatican II did an excellent job of destroying millions of Catholics' attendance at church. You sure you want to go to stats, dude?
To what you find at Catholic parishes. Other studies show that 1/3 of Eastern Orthodox identify.
Who are these studies, by the way? I mean, I'm giving you a source right here. Gallup poll, church attendance. Church attendance amongst Catholics, 80% of it, 78, 77-year-olds in the 50s. Okay. Old people. "37-year-olds, 25-year-olds. So amongst Catholics, the youth, under 30%, 25% of Catholic youth attend Mass. That's your future, dude. We don't care about Protestant attendance. By the way, you can get into the collapsing numbers at seminaries, collapsing numbers at convents, collapsing numbers at Roman Catholic institutions. This is all well known. I mean, the trads spend endless days and hours harping on these stats, Trent. Your own trads harp on these stats. You sure you want to go to stats, dude?
Moderate or liberal. So it's not as neat and tidy as Dyer makes it out to be. However, when it comes down to it, I would rather have an adequate liturgy that represents a church that retains Christ's perennial teaching on contraception.
How come everybody else doesn't see it this way, right? If the Novus Ordo sect that you promote adequately maintains the teachings of Christ, then how did you lose half of your attendees in a few decades? Half of your church attendees in a few decades?
Divorce, the authority of Peter's successor, over a beautiful...
Okay, so now he's touting the moral trump card over against liturgical preservation. But how many times in the course of this lecture did Trent admit that to maintain and salvage the Roman Catholic position, that the morals evolved and changed? So he just undercut his whole moral trump card argument when he admitted that the morals change. Nowadays, we have a better understanding that's different of what a heretic is. Nowadays, the death penalty is different, and choose what you want to interpret Francis's words to mean.
That belongs to a theological...
I delve deeper into that, but the addition of the Filioque, everyone admits that this is an addition and a change to the creed.
For those of you who don't know, Filioque is a Latin term that means "and the Son." In the creed we say, "I believe in the Holy Spirit who proceeds from the Father and the Son." This is a sticking point among the Eastern Orthodox who say the Holy Spirit only proceeds from the Father. However, the difference is really more of a semantic one than a theological.
No, it's not. Again, showing his ignorance that ecumenical councils met to say what the difference was, and the Council of Lyons, which you can read about here in Crisis in Byzantium, teaches the exact opposite on this issue from what the Palamite councils defined. And then the Council of Florence restates the Roman Catholic position, and the Orthodox position calls the Roman Catholic position satanic. So no, it's not semantic, and the very ecumenical councils of the two different groups prove that it's not purely semantic. I mean, I guarantee he's never even read the Tomos against John Beckos, or there'd be no way he could even say that if he had read that. And by the way, it's not true that it was all, you need to read this article. By Dragas. So this is another excellent article that rebuts a lot of the Roman Catholic baloney about the addition of the Filioque. Highly recommend that. I've already covered this ad nauseum, so I'm going to skip to the next argument.
Strides over the centuries to resolve the dispute over Filioque. First, there is a recognition that the Spanish bishops...
So Trent doesn't, he's not competent on this topic, I can already tell you, because he doesn't know the nuances of this issue. If he did, he would have known about the Palamite synods, which he doesn't even seem to know about. So I'm going to say, if you want to, we did a whole talk on the most recent scholarship on this topic from Soshinsky. And that is the... Here it is. Filioque, History of a Doctrinal Controversy by Soshinsky. You can't treat this topic in a couple passing remarks like he's doing. It's a very involved topic. And if you want us to covering the latest scholarship, we did a whole, I think, 3-hour talk on that. So I'll put that in the chat right here. And I think you guys know we have covered that issue ad nauseum. I'm not going to do a whole Filioque lecture when we've done it probably 20 times. So you can go watch something like that if you want to get deeper into that issue. So we're going to go to the next one.
Now, I know for a lot of people we're getting into pretty deep theological waters. But you could wrap it all up by saying this difference is not insurmountable between...
But it is. Okay.
Catholics and Eastern Orthodox. In fact, the Catechism says the Western and Eastern traditions on the Filioque, it says of it this way: this legitimate complementarity, provided it does not become rigid, does not affect the identity of faith in the reality of the same...
So, just stating the Roman Catholic position, right? So the fact that the Roman Catholic position says you can hold to whatever you want in this regard does not prove the Orthodox position false. Again, we notice how often do we see Roman Catholic apologists doing this, where in the place of an argument or a rebuttal, they state their position. I don't know how these people are so bad at argumentation and so bad at debate that they can mistake. I can't figure out if they're just ignorant or lazy or engaging in low-level psyops, right? Like to deflect and get people thinking, people who aren't very critically adept, right? Aren't very adept at critical thinking, who would fall for you stating your position as if that was a response to an argument that I gave. Okay, I specifically gave an argument about how can there be two different creeds within one church when we understand, according to Father Dionysius Dragas' article about the illegitimacy of the insertion of the Filioque. That was the point. And that when St. Photius argued against the insertion of the Filioque, it was not on purely political grounds, it was on theological grounds. That's what Dragas shows in that essay. And so the succeeding centuries debates show, especially when we come up to the Palamite synods and Crisis in Byzantium, that it's not a merely semantic issue. But the Vatican, for ecumenist purposes, continues to just say, well, this is just an interpretive issue. Let's just ignore it. But your church, admittedly, added it illegitimately. And half of these apologists will admit that it shouldn't have been there. And then they'll say, but it's an okay understanding. It's an okay way to understand it, right? The way Scott Hound talks about it, right?
history.
And you saw how embarrassing Scott Hahn and ignorant Scott Hahn's reply to this was. Like, he literally knows nothing of the topic, giving lower than Protestant tier replies on Filioque.
Best.
All of those things are completely rejected in the Orthodox Fathers. And if you go back to the ecumenical council, that's the sixth council, specifically the disputation with Pyrrhus, you'll see that St. Maximus bases his Christological arguments on the essence-energy distinction. And the council includes dogmatic statements about the essence-energy distinction in Christology. So the Roman Catholic Church no longer teaches those things and has explicitly, in many cases, denied the essence-energy distinction, or actually said contradictory things to allow the Uniates to come in, while they also affirm things like Trent or Vatican I, where divine simplicity negates and excludes the essence-energy distinction. The acceptance of Thomism, obviously, as the official philosophy of the Church. We could never unite with Thomism. Even Gennadius Scholarios in the Orthodox Church says that the main problem with us is that we could not ever accept Aquinas' divine simplicity doctrine. And he's one of the most favorite Aquinas of the Eastern theology. So if we read...
that was a remix right there, dude.
Debate with the Barlaymite by St. Gregory Palamas, which I've covered many times. You see very clearly the two triadologies, the two Christologies are night and day. They don't match up. They're totally different. That whole book is saying that Roman Catholicism is heretical. So much for the ecumenical movements to try to blend Palamas with Aquinas.
Yeah, I'm not even going to try to break down Jay's criticisms of divine simplicity or the essence-energy distinction.
Why?
Because he's just referencing them. And
well, I gave really long critiques, and I've given countless hours of lectures and talks and articles on this. So you're saying that I'm just referencing them? Here's an article where I go through all of the dogmatic statements from Rome on ADS, right there. And I included, by the way, Fourth Lateran Council. And by the way, the reason Trent is blowing over this is that Trent doesn't know any of this. Trent has not gone into any of the scholarship on this, any of the secondary literature on it. He doesn't know about this topic. So his easiest way to... I'm not going to go into that, right? But if you look at my essay, I go into Council of Rhymes. I go into Fourth Lateran and the Lombard identity thesis. I go into depth of Actus Purus. I go back to, here's Lateran with Lombard. See that right there? Lombard. And as you guys know, we have debated and discussed this topic for years. I've been studying the issue of divine simplicity and the energies since about 2006, maybe 7. And so we've made this a tremendous part of the apologetic argumentation against the Roman Catholics. And by the way, I am not a fan of Alvin Kimmel, but to further hammer this home, Christian Cappy, whatever, however you say his name, he has a whole blog post. He's their favorite Uniate, admitting that Scholarios is not an advocate for or in any way going to help out these people and showing that these systems reconcile, because Scholarios said that we cannot align with Thomism's denial of the energies. So that's a tremendous admission right there. Go read Capus saying that in that essay. Essence, Energy, Distinction in the Theology of St. Gennadius Scholarios by Uniate scholar Christian Capes. Okay? So that's the reason that essay is useful, is because it's him admitting, the guy they all prop up, Capes, admitting my point. That, yes, Scholarios enjoyed and liked parts of Thomism. Yes, so what? He also says that the main reason we can't accept Thomism is on the essence energy thing. Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. That's the main issue. And I go into great depth in this old article. By the way, they've never responded to this. None of them. Not a single Roman Catholic has actually responded to this essay. They ignore it, laugh at it, whatever. But go ahead, keep it up, because that's only going to drive more people to us. And I show the dogmas. I show
that the dogmas of Roman Catholicism, especially Fourth Lateran Council and Peter Lombard, demand a strict identity thesis version of absolute divine simplicity. Now, Trent doesn't know any of this. It's way over his head.
It would bog down our treatment of all of his arguments.
Okay, so yeah, I'm not going to address the actual hardcore ADS critique that he did because it would bog down the arguments. In other words, I don't know how to address this answer.
But in a nutshell, Dyer says divine simplicity, the idea that God
No, I critiqued absolute divine simplicity. Everybody believes in divine simplicity.
has no parts, even metaphysical ones, is false, so Catholicism is false. In favor of this, he, like many other Eastern Orthodox, would say there is a real distinction between what God is, which we can't understand, his essence, and what God does in the world, or his energies, which is something we can understand. This is also called the energies essence distinction. But is this an insurmountable difference between Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy? David Bentley Hart is an Eastern Orthodox theologian and philosopher, and he says that
David Bentley Hart, by the way, just recently has stated that he affirms perennialism, so he is no longer Orthodox. He may lie and say he's something Orthodox and a perennialist. He can do whatever he wants to because he's not Orthodox, but he does not teach the Orthodox doctrine. So I'm going to give you some links here in the chat as well, where I go into much depth about the essence energy distinction. They're from the Sixth Council and St. John Damascus. If you type in essence energy, you will get tons of talks that I've done on this over the years. I mean, there's no shortage of these. There's one that we did on Palamos. There's a whole, I mean, how many times have we done call-in shows that ended up just being lectures on the essence energy distinction? Now, remember, too, that Trent initially did not want to debate, or when I proposed this issue to debate, Trent said, I'll give you 30 minutes on Catholic answers, which is in no way sufficient to cover this topic, right? So, again, on and on and on. I can keep going with more and more links for those that want to go dive deeper into this, but I think everybody knows we have ad nauseum for probably, well, the first Essence Energy talk video that I did was 10 years ago on YouTube, actually. You can find my 10-year ago talk on it, and it's okay, but I mean, obviously I have learned a lot more than 10 years ago. Right, here it is. Analysis. And I did it from my car, so it's kind of crappy quality. But you can see that 10 years ago, I was saying basically the same stuff that I say now. It's just that now we've gone way deeper into the scholarly sources. I've gone way deeper into the Church Fathers, Palamos, Palamite synods, and all of that. The triads and so forth in regard to this issue. So I know this issue a lot better than I did 10 years ago. But even still, 10 years ago, my critique of ADS is adequate enough to respond to what Trent's talking about.
Denial of divine simplicity is tantamount to atheism.
Yeah, but of course, if he knew that anything about the basics of this issue, he would know that nobody who has, you know, like a Dr. Bradshaw type of position, we're not arguing that God has parts. I mean, this is just so fundamental, so 101, such a low level. It's not even a reply. I mean, we always recommend, for starters, for those that maybe have some academic history on this issue, to read Dr. David Bradshaw's excellent book, Aristotle, East and West. That's one of the best places to start. There's our interview with Dr. Bradshaw, so you can get a feel for this topic there in that excellent interview from 2.5-3 years ago. And again, there's just tons and tons of, I mean, I've got essays at the website where I wrote 10, 20-page essays on essence energy distinction. So anyway, I don't think we don't have to rehearse a whole essence energy debate here. International Anglo-American establishment primarily. This came into being mainly at the time of an So I think now I'm talking about the geopolitical usage of the Vatican, I think is what I talked about in this part. I want to see how Trent responds. He'll probably just call me a conspiracy theorist again. Vatican II, and this is detailed by the traditional Catholic lawyer David Wimhoff himself. David Wimhoff is still a traditional Catholic, and he's written a giant 800-page book with 1,000+ footnotes or so, documenting the CIA's usage of the Roman Catholic Church for its doctrinal warfare program. Again, he's not a conspiracy theorist. He's a traditional Catholic lawyer, and he's gone into great detail in his book called The American Proposition, John Courtney Murray, Time Life Magazine, right? And The American Proposition, the CIA's doctrinal warfare program using the Catholic Church to turn it into an institution that was used for the promotion of Americanism during the Cold War.
So I looked up the book Dyer is referring to, and it's out of print, and the only review of it online doesn't exist anymore. So
yeah, even though he's been on other podcasts by the people in your circles, right? So he's trying to downplay this. It's out of print. Well, sometimes good books go out of print. So what does that have to do with whether it's a solid source or not? Let's look at the footnotes here, the back of the book. And again, he may not have even been aware that all the other Roman Catholics in his circles talk about this book. Did you not know that, dude? So here, let's see. Here's our footnotes. Let's get to that. That's an appendix. So let's go to the archives and bibliography. Okay, see that? Page 930. These are the sources. Do you see this? Do you see how many sources were used here? Hundreds of sources. It's a very well done, well documented academic book. Trent, who has no knowledge of geopolitics whatsoever, not the slightest clue as to what's going on in this whole domain, which we have studied at a graduate level, we know quite a bit about. I'm not even saying I'm an expert on it, but I know way more than Trent knows about this topic. And his own crew, his own buddies, or maybe he's not buddies with these trads. I don't even know. I can't keep up with their drama, but didn't Flanders have this person on? Let's see, who is this? Check this person out.
If you want a vision of the future,
okay, that's Tim Kelly having David Wimhoff on. I know one of these people had him on, or Flanders covered this book, right? So it's just funny to show this because what he's trying to poo-poo his own people's site is the point of this. Booyah! What do you know? Look at that. The meaning of Catholic. One of their hero converts, Tim Flanders. Look at that. Oh, what do you know? Citing the sources I cite. But when I cite it, I'm a crazed conspiracy theorist, and this is not a reputable source. Oh, but when the trad apologists have him on, oh, it's a great source. Oh, what wonderful wisdom. The reality here is that Trent doesn't know anything about these topics, has no knowledge of geopolitics, way out of his depth, and so doesn't know what to say.
But no, wait a minute. This is a church that's ecumenical, oikumene, in the truest sense, in the classical sense, meaning the empire, right? The emperors called the ecumenical councils, not the popes, right? So this is a church that is supposed to be.
How long have we gone? I don't know if I can't take any more of this.
Embodied in one dude, and so what we get in.
Anyway, I think I'm about done. I mean, we've gone for 4 hours again. Yeah, over 4 hours, 4.5. So if you would, by the way, guys, hit like and share. I'm going to open it up to chatters in the chatter box here on Twitter. So if you're on Twitter, Let's get rid of that. If you want to do a little tweeting and arguing. If nobody does, I'll just go to the super chats. You have to hit request to speak if you want to speak. And then we'll see what pops up. Let me... I need to boost the speaker's not high enough up. By the way, this is a great book too. If you want a super spurgy, nerdy reply to Trentian type stuff, get Edward Denny's book, Papalism. It's a great book on this topic. All right. All right, we got, so again, the way this works is it's open forum. You can bring your arguments, you can bring your questions, your Q&A. I will read the super chats here in a second. I think we went through, again, pretty much all the substance of Trent's video. We got one request, and then I will let you say what you want, and then we'll move on. If you want to debate, you're welcome to do that. I just ask that you be civil about it and present arguments. We're not going to be arguing or debating my personal life or what you don't like about me or how you think I'm a KGB sorcerer. None of that is the topic of the debate. Topic of the debate will be regarding the topics that we covered today. And so if you don't cover those topics, you will immediately get banned and blocked and booted. What's up, dude? You're up. I can't read your name, but you're up.
Can you hear me?
I can. What's up?
Hey.
Hey. Hey. Okay, I think this is not a real question.
No, it is. We just wanted to have a little introduction. But anyways.
Not a real question. Who's up next? Flash. What's up, Flash? I got the Latinas calling in, trolling. Hey, just trolling you, essay. Ha ha ha, tee, just trolling you. What's up, dude? You gotta unmute.
No, I was hoping just to listen for a minute before I had to chime in.
No, you dirty pervert.
Catholicism Refuted, Part 2. What was the high-level synopsis of the topics before I encroached?
Well, I mean, we've been going for 4.5 hours. You want me to summarize all that?
Well, high-level, just a couple bullets. I would love to refute Catholicism. Okay, here's a question. Why did suddenly the Bible become written in Greek and Roman at the same time?
Okay. All right. Do you have real questions or are you trolling?
No, that's a real question, man, isn't it?
Well, I mean, it was translated into Greek because that was the language of the people. So.
Okay. Why? Did everyone be able to read Greek?
This is dumb. Let's move on. Anybody have real questions? Next up is Zach. Zach Galway. What's up, Zach? The Q&A, man, is just like pure comedy. It's Q&A time, man. What's up, Zach?
Oh, hello, man. Right. I sent in a chat. You were talking about the Borgias earlier, and do you know anything about the concept of crypto-Jewry when it comes to Catholicism? Because Borgias was a crypto-Jew.
Come on, man. Does anybody have honest, real questions about topics that can be covered on YouTube instead of? Is it just troll day? Is it all the Roman Catholics have left? Is just this? It's like, yeah. So we do a 4.5 hour refutation of Trent, and we get what big booty Latinas calling in, trolling, and some guy asking why the Bible was in Greek, and then this kind of nonsense. So again, if your questions are not appropriate for the venue that I'm on, you're gone. And by the way, if all we get is like goofy trolls, then I would say that's a flawless victory. Big Chief, what's up?
Howdy.
What's up, dude?
What is what's the big deal with like it's clear as day, like you like give the talk and the discussion and like the refutations of it, but what is like what's keeping people from like understanding, or is it like a double think, or is it like just the like it's like brainwashing? Like I don't understand it.
Well, I think two things are going on. There's a physical, social, diet, media attack that's part of it, and then there's also the spiritual domain. So there's like, the bodily warfare that goes on in the society that we live in. That's an attack on our mind, an attack on our body, attack on our livelihood, attacks on family, right? There's all that going on, and then there's also the spiritual domain, which is part of that, but also it's other thing where people are in delusion, they are deceived, they are lied to. So there's a lot of different things going on. So I think in the case of people who don't understand these arguments, it could be a combination of all of those things. Because I think to see the truth, you have to love the truth. And so human pride has the tendency to not want to admit that it's wrong, and it's very difficult, especially if you've been raised in something, to admit, hey, maybe I was wrong, right? I mean, who wants to uproot their whole background and story and what they've been involved in and what they've probably been a promoter of, right? It's not easy to do that. So those are all part of the problems, but it's not one thing, it's a whole bunch of things.
Right, or it could be also like, what more could I learn about the thing, and then like this new thing that you learn, oh, maybe this whole thing isn't what I thought it was, right? But like part of like it's like being happy to just sit with like, okay, well, I've learned enough, right? Like can you ever really learn enough? Like, I don't think you can. I mean, like especially if like you have the love for knowledge or whatever, like that, right? So
well, I think too, but I mean, there's an element of it which is intellectual, but the fundamental problems aren't intellectual, and that's something that's really hard for people to understand. Is that these dilemmas and problems and different positions aren't going to be primarily solved by who has the most books. And I know that I have a lot of books here, and people think, oh, well, that you're a hypocrite. I didn't ultimately have my resolution of these issues just from intellectual things. It took me going through a lot of difficult times, being humbled, going through a lot of problems, going through a lot of pain, a lot of distress. And so that's a big part of this. It's not all intellectual stuff. Now, the intellect is part of it, right? There's an element to where intellect is going to be involved in terms of, if you want to study the church fathers and study philosophy and all that. But it's not primarily intellectual problems. And I think a lot of people, especially like in the Roman Catholic world, because of Roman Catholic anthropology, they think that these issues are intellectual and can be solved through the intellect. And that's not what the problem is, the heart and not the intellect. And so the change of heart affects the change in the intellect. So they have it backwards typically.
I see.
Anyway, good questions. Thank you, Big Chief. Let's move on to anybody else. So it's open forum if you want to bring your questions, your challenges, your debates. If the topic is not relevant to what we're talking about today, I'm immediately going to block you and boot you. We'll never talk again. If you want to debate my personal life, how I'm a KGB sorcerer, we'll never talk again. It's a waste of time. You're just wasting everybody's time. What's up, Panos?
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up, Panos?
This just came to mind when you were talking to the previous speaker, but would you say that like you would call it like a nuseless, hyper intelligent focused anthropology kind of dominating every other aspect of the anthropology? That to me kind of seems like a monophysite or monothelite tendency to anthropology there, but I'm not sure. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it does ultimately relate back to a problem in Christology and anthropology where the soul became identified with the intellect, and that became the person. So it's kind of Apollinarian. I mean, Apollinaris substituted the logos for the human reasoning faculty. So Christ didn't have a reasoning faculty. He was just the divine logos, and so he wasn't fully human in Apollinaris. And if you transfer that into anthropology, that would be to identify the human person with the soul or the intellect or the reasoning faculty or something like that. And we see that, for example, in William Lane Craig, who's an open Apollinarian. He teaches that. And so you could say that although the Western Church isn't explicitly Apollinarian, their anthropology of a strict body-intellect duality is essentially that.
Yeah, it seems to make it a lot harder to actually really repent deep down, because if you feel that you can basically reorient your entire nature basically from what's in your mind,
right?
And then people can kind of delude themselves, even things that are supposedly true. Like you can convince someone, like the transcendental argument about the existence of God, but you haven't really, in your heart of hearts, repented despite the kind of intellective act there. It just seems meaningless. So, yeah, I appreciate that, Panos and Paisios. I'm not trying to be rude to you, but I'm almost tanked out. Like I'm having a hard time like continuing. So I'm gonna have to do the super chats, which there's quite a few of those, and I just don't think I have any more energy. So I'll hit you up next time. I apologize. Thank you guys in the chat over on Twitter, and let's do the super chats. We're gonna end it now. Let's see. Bone Man, no, wait. I think that's Bone Man. So there's a few super chats that came in late a few days ago. Bone Man says for $5, nacho keyz, nacho basilica, but dude, the keys. Yeah, exactly. Lori sends $100. Thank you so much, Lori. Much appreciated. BMX 1966, $25. Jay, your last 3 videos were awesome. Champion, thanks for fighting for this faith. I enjoyed your video against Trent Horn's papism video. Cheers. Thank you so much, BMX. BMX again for $10. Also, the Cults New Age Gurus with you and Tristan. What a fantastic classic. Thank you, man. I peed myself laughing at the Guru character. Well, thank you. The Guru character made a surprise appearance today in the Trent rebuttal. So maybe the Guru character will make a surprise appearance at the Nashville speaking event if you want to go to that. Again, there are a few tickets left. I think we're getting close to being full, but most of the tickets have sold out. But there is a few left if you want to come to the Nashville event. The link is in the show description at the Eventbrite link. So that is July 30th, North Nashville, and it will be from 4 to 10 p.m. Be a lot of fun. In the show description will tell you what it's all about. BMX $5. Come on, Jay, some more Macho Man impressions.
Oh yeah, we're gonna dunk on them Roman Catholics today.
How's that? Don't get your feelings hurt. I'm dunking on you to be mean. It's just a joke. Genghis Khan, $10. You are the man. Well, if Genghis Khan is calling me the man, I must be the man, because Genghis Khan was a wild man. Green Feathers, $5. Is there any truth to white pope, gray pope, black pope? I mean, there's something going on there, but I don't know enough about the history of Jesuit intrigue to say to what degree that's really a part of like today's geopolitical sphere per se. So, but I think if Francis is a Jesuit and he's this globalist pope now, then there's something to it. But who knows, man? I don't know enough about the history of the Jesuits. Stevie, $5. I'm not sure what Jay means by send super chats, but you just sent a super chat, Stevie. So I guess you figured it out. Thank you. AD, $10. Can you please, in an upcoming video, talk about imperial political interventions in Byzantium? Okay, well, I'm not a Byzantine historian, so there's a lot of people who are far more capable at the history of Byzantium than me. I mean, I have some of the books like John Julian Norwich, and I've got Stephen Runciman's history on Byzantium that I've read. I've not read all Norwich, so I'm not really a Byzantine historian. I mean, I know, again, some of the general stuff, and I know about the history of the councils, but I'm not a historian of Byzantium. So I feel like if I did a history of Byzantium, it would be inadequate. it can be considered an argument against the tradition of the church? Are you saying the role of emperors in the history of the church is an argument against the church? I'm not sure what you mean there. I mean, Meyendorff has a good chapter about how the emperors who were heretical didn't destroy the church when they tried to. Like, they tried to enforce Arianism, they tried to enforce iconoclasm. So I think if the Byzantine emperors were controlling the church, then it would have been heretical a long time ago. Grow Up Slow, $8. If you had faith in God and Christ, but you never knew about orthodoxy, would you be damned? We've covered this ad nauseum in plenty of other streams, so you can go find those other streams where I've covered that. Fumple's $8. The Borgias, I can't. Why are you asking me these questions that are going to get my channel deleted? Come on, man. Cooter Brown, $7.50. I've been in and out of the stream. I don't know if this is touched on, but would you say that Roman Catholics have basically descended into a Unitarian Universalism? I think that Roman Catholicism has multiple things going on at once. So, yes, there's a Unitarian generic theism thing going on that's behind a lot of the ecumenist Abrahamic Faith Center stuff, Vatican II, Nostra Aetate stuff. There's also an attempt and a desire to have historic Christianity within Roman Catholicism, the Trinity and so forth, the Bible, right? And so there's like different things at once in Roman Catholicism, and that's why it's so difficult and why it entraps so many people, is that it's kind of like silly putty. You can make it into whatever you want it to be. So, yes, all of those things are going on within the Roman Catholic world. Well, Emmanuel, $5. I know you mentioned it here and there, but could you make a video about certainty? I guess you mean epistemic certainty. Well, we did that video on epistemic justification, which kind of touches on that. But yeah, I'll make a note to eventually do a video on notions of certitude. Bone Man, $10. I got chalk and I used the J53 Life. Thank you for everything and all the book recommendations. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying your chalk. And there's a shout out there to the show sponsor, Chalk Daily. And you can use the promo code J50 to get 50% off. J53 Life for those recurring subscriptions. Cooter Brown, $5. You mentioned Lucifer's Lodge, the book by William Kennedy. Seeing as the hard copies are out of print, it's hard to find. So it's like weird that Trent thinks that out of print books is like some kind of like that was a blow to me. Like, haha, Dyer's books are out of print. What does that have to do with whether the books are good or quality information or not? like, so what? I don't know about any PDF copies. I'm sorry. I mean, a lot. So again, I buy books because I know books go out of print, and I've been buying books since the 90s. So, there's thousands of books here. I consider that to be a treasure. And people should have been buying books, and they should be buying books until books go away. I mean, we're going into like dystopian Fahrenheit 451 world. So I don't know what to say. I'm not trying to be rude to you. I don't know where to get Lucifer's Lodge. Sorry. Bone Man, $5. I'm paying a credit card off with a credit card. And this came to mind about penal substitution in modern day indulgences and international usury. Yeah. Interesting. I think you can make some parallels with that. Keith, $5. Thank you for this epic Nova Sordo cringe fest. Yeah, that's somebody's channel I found. I don't know who that is. Let's see if does that come back up. I'll put that in the chat if I can find it again. Maybe not. Anyway, just put into YouTube Nova Sordo cringe or cringe fest, and all that'll come up. That guy had like hours of videos of that stuff. So. Fumple's $1. I'm sorry, Jay. I don't think that's okay. Frankie D, $5. Jay, reading orthodoxy, heterodoxy. You talking about Chesterton? Catholics believe you have to pay for your sins by offering penitence even after you're forgiven. Well, that's called temporal punishment. So they do believe that even though your sins might be forgiven, there still might be a temporal debt that you might have to pay, and this is where indulgences come in, right? So in other words, if you've accrued through your sins
temporal and eternal debt. And when you go to confession and you confess your sins, the priest gives you absolution. Absolution is for the the eternal debt, and then your penance pays off the temporal debt. So 5 Hail Marys, okay, that pays off supposedly the temporal debt that whatever you did accrued, right? Oh, you got a boner in class. Here's 5 Hail Marys to pay for the temporal debt. The absolution covers your eternal debt for your class boner, right? That's how that Roman Catholic system's working now, right? I'm not joking, by the way. But I'm not sure what your question is about. So yes, in other words, yeah, that's where indulgences come in. You got to pay that, yeah. And that's what purgatory is that whatever you've collected in terms of temporal debts, you pay it off in purgatory. See how that works? So you're saying, I can't get into Chesterton. I don't know. I don't get what people like about Chesterton, but I've tried several times to read G.K. Chesterton. It doesn't jive with me. I don't care for it. And you're saying that he says this in orthodoxy and heterodoxy. Okay. So, but thank you for that. I don't know what to say about that, but yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're saying that Chesterton is accurately relating the Catholic doctrine. So if that's what you're saying, then yeah, I agree. That seems to be correct. All right. Thank you guys. If you would hit like and share, hopefully you enjoyed this. We did 5 hours almost responding to all of Trent. So again, reflecting on this, because when Trent did that video, it was before we did our debate. So it kind of worked out, I think, good in the long run that we did our debate. And then now I'm going back and reviewing this bad video. So hope you guys enjoyed it. Hopefully this is helpful. Let's see. Somebody, Tropes, $5. Here are 5 Hail Piggies. Hail Piggy. 5 Hail Piggies. All right. Thank you for that, Tropes. Frankie D. Orthodoxy teaches a different approach to penance. Yeah, we don't have this idea that you're paying off temporal debts. I mean, that's a development of Roman Catholic